Good morning. Welcome to the second day of our department reviews for the fiscal year 2027 budget. First up, we would call to order. Never get to use this. And review those present, Councilor Anderson, myself, Councilor Kane, and Councilor Schuper here, and Councilor Hayes is sitting in with us. I appreciate our interest and efforts towards working on the budget, and it's we understand that we have a pretty aggressive goal, and I appreciate all the work that everybody's done already. We're really counting on all those presenting as the subject matter experts, and looking forward to hearing from you and understanding both the reasoning behind this year's budget and eventually also input on the impacts as we try to trim that budget. So we appreciate that. I also I did this yesterday, just to be clear. The council, well, I should say the finance committee at this point has set a goal of a maximum tax increase to the community of 2%. That equals a reduction off the originally presented budget of $3.65 million. And we're splitting that, or we're attempting to get there by splitting it with 60% of that savings from the school department and 40% of the savings from the town departments. And so that equals a reduction of 2.19 million for the schools that we're trying to achieve and 1.46 million from the town. So that's where we're heading. And I know there's hard decisions that have potentially significant impacts from that goal. And we're stressing that no savings are too small. Anything we can find will help. And we're looking forward to a collaborative process to get there, which I'm happy to say we've had so far. So with that, I believe we have the police department up first.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to start off by thanking you folks for serving on this committee and your service to our town. I appreciate the process. This being my fourth time going through the budget process. I appreciate how hard your jobs are, as well as the manager's job. I think we all have to make hard decisions this coming budget year. We just obviously, like any other department, we hope we don't have to impact our personnel or the level of service that we provide to the citizens of this town. So with that, thank you again. And I'm going to introduce my team that I have here. To my right is Deputy Chief David Grover. Morning. Dispatch Manager Joe Thornton. Morning. And then seated out back is our Patrol Lieutenant Scott Vaughn. And in the middle is our Deputy Dispatch Manager Jay McAdam. And then finally, our Support Services Lieutenant Craig Hebert. All right, we'll get started with our department overview by the numbers. Take a look at our full-time numbers. We're at 67. That includes police, dispatch, as well as our administrative staff. We do have 11 part-timers. We have 4 per diem dispatchers, as well as 7 reserve police officers. We have 12 fire police members, and if you're not familiar with the fire police mission, these are the gentlemen that are out in all kinds of weather during all kinds of storm activities or bad crashes, directing traffic and making sure that traffic flow as well as our lights are powered during power outages. So they do a big benefit for not only of our department, our entire public safety team, as well as the community. Our VIPs are volunteers in police services. They are not paid, but they do a huge amount of work for us in support of mostly Eric Greenleaf and the operations that he has as our community resource officer. Our explorers, I'm happy to report this morning that we are up to 5 explorers. So due to some recent additions, so these explorers are young adults that are kind of just testing the waters to see if public safety is going to be for them. But ultimately, we just hope to make them better citizens. If they choose to go to the public safety route, great. If not, we feel that we're going to do our level best to make sure that they leave here or our program better suited for society. The Explorers, if I could just say, the Explorer program, as well as our reserve program, have been good feeders to full-time employment, whether it's with the police department or dispatch, and some may even decide that they want to be firefighters. And then ultimately, we have usually a rotation of 5 or so parking enforcement that cover our beaches during the summer. A little bit deeper into the numbers for dispatch, and hats off to dispatch. We, over the last few years, we've seen some vacancies. A couple of summers, we had 5 vacancies in dispatch, which is huge when you look at the full-time complement of 17 dispatchers. So 11 dispatchers currently. 8 of those dispatchers have between 1 and 5 years. So that shows you the level of recruitment, as well as trying to hire the right people for these very difficult positions. Currently, we do have 1 vacancy, but we do have an applicant who's in the background process. We have 4 lead dispatchers, and 1 of those lead dispatchers is retirement eligible. And then we have our 2 dispatch managers, which I've introduced. Jay McAdams, our deputy dispatch manager, is also our data support specialist. So this year we identified that we needed a little bit extra layer within dispatch to be able to directly support our lead dispatchers, since we do have 8 of our dispatchers who are very young in their careers. We needed that added level of leadership and supervision. And then to round off that mission, the dispatch mission, we also have 4 per diem dispatchers. And this entire team last year answered a little over 16,000 911 calls. And we do take 911 calls for not only our community, but Old Orchard and then Buxton as well. We'll directly send those 911 calls to their dispatch center in Buxton. This team also handled 51,000, just a little over 51,000 calls that they directly dispatched to those public safety teams. And then in their downtime, they answered about 59,000 business calls that come in. So business calls don't discriminate as far as when they come in. They could be coming in during an absolute crisis, and those calls come in, and our dispatchers do a great job to be able to get the call where it needs to go. Over to the police department side of the house, we're at 42 full-time sworn officers, and those are comprised of 31 officers that split up between patrol as well as support services. Our support services team is made up of our 2 SROs, our school resource officers, our 1 community resource officer, our Marine resource officer, who's a sworn police officer. We also have detectives in the Detective Bureau, as well as our special enforcement team. We do have 7 sergeants and then 4 command staff members. So to get into a finer detail of our patrol complement, we have 18 police officers on patrol. 12 of those officers have between 1 and 5 years experience. So I'll say that again, 12 of the 18 have between 1 and 5 years experience. So again, very proud of our team to be able to find the right people. The applications to be a police officer as well as a dispatcher haven't been abundant over the past 4 years, but we've been able to find the diamonds in the rough and get them trained to wear our patch and be proud members of our organization. On the patrol side of the house, we have 5 sergeants, and the other 2 sergeants are assigned to our Detective Bureau as well as our special enforcement team. So 5 sergeants on the patrol side. Currently, we have 1 officer who's in the academy. He's in week 11 of the academy. And then 1 officer that we just hired from an agency in Massachusetts who's on field training at this point. We have two applicants who are in our background phase of the application process, and currently we have two vacancies. We do have, and every year I highlight this number because it's a number worth paying attention to. We do have 8 officers currently who are retirement eligible. That means they have 25 years or more service. So 4 of those 8 officers have between 36 and 38 years of service to our town. So they should be commended, and I appreciate their additional service above and beyond what normal law enforcement officers do for the span of their careers. So this entire team in 2025, they answered a little over 24,000 calls. This was several hundred calls more than 2024, and almost 5,000 calls more than 2023. So we've seen an uptick in activity. The next slide is just for your reference. I just wanted to highlight that 95% of our costs are people driven, and those personnel costs, and we are a people driven organization. So we've, as you've heard from other department heads, you know, the cost of doing business isn't getting any cheaper, and certainly this slide reflects that. Next slide is just another example, and I appreciate Norm sending over these graphs for us and these numbers so we can include them into our presentation. Okay, just FY26 budget update. Last budget process I thought was very fruitful for us. We're able to add 1 full-time dispatch position, and given the hiring issues that we've had in dispatch, to be able to get 1 more full-time position and hire somebody and get that filled and get that person trained and to retain them. We're still in that process, but we hope to find the right candidate to do that. We did add 4 additional police officer positions, and what we did with that investment, the investment that the town has made in our department, we took those 4 police officers and we were able to complement our shifts by adding 3 officers and 1 supervisor to our evening shift. And that is each day that we have that staffing, that minimum shift staffing of 3 officers plus 1 supervisor. And then on our day shift, we've been able to have the same complement, but just on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. So once we're able to hire those 2 additional vacancies, we should be able to bring all of our shifts up to that minimum shift standard of 3 plus 1, 3 officers plus 1 supervisor. So that is something that we haven't, we've never had. And it's hard to imagine that a town of 24,000 people is protected by 3 officers and 1 supervisor. And we're happy about it because that's a building spot. I mean, it's a lot better than just 2 plus 1. We're at 3 plus 1, and hopefully we can build upon that in the future. Additional budget updates. Our police fireboat will be completed in a few weeks. I know our Marine Resource Officer, Darren Granata, is very excited to be able to deploy that this summer. And we had a tour of the facility a couple of weeks ago and got to see the new boat. Great investment on the town. It'll be something that'll serve not only our community, but our neighboring communities for many, many years to come. We were also able to update our tasers. Our newest taser, as we highlighted last year during the budget process, was a 2018 model. That was our newest taser. So we're definitely in need of an uplift, and we definitely got that with the Taser 10 project that was implemented last fall. With that Taser 10 project came several modules of training that each officer who is assigned one of those tasers has to pass to 100% completion. These virtual training modules where they have to act and they put them into different situations that they might find in the field. So it's a great tool and a great device that we've been able to deploy. And that last bullet, I've already briefed you on what we've done with the deputy dispatch manager position, and that's working great. If Jay was here right now, he'd tell you he is here, but he's going to remain silent today because I'll speak on his behalf. He's probably one of the busiest employees of our department, certainly, hands down. He's in charge of not only 4 dispatch leads, but the overall welfare, all those dispatchers, as well as Joe Thornton. But he's also in charge of a lot of the projects, to include the radio project. A year or two previous to that, Joe and Jay led the charge on the Tyler computer aided dispatch, as well as RMS project. So we're lucky to have these gentlemen, and certainly Jay, hopefully you're not going to change your mind anytime soon and just want to go back to wearing one hat. All right, I'm going to turn the slide deck over now to our Deputy Chief, David Grover.
Good morning again, everyone.
Good morning.
The next slides, a couple slides go over our major changes from FY26 going into FY27. And I'm sure it's no surprise that most of those changes are around personnel costs and contractual obligations, especially police and our dispatch unions. I'll give some info on the slides, but just an overview of that is that July 1st, we'll be going into the 3rd year of a 3-year contract with both police and dispatch. Those contracts couldn't have been more important. Prior to those contracts being signed, we were actually losing people for a variety of different reasons, including retirements. But we weren't making any ground on hiring those positions just to get back to what was our full staffing level at that time. As the chief mentioned, since we were able to sign those contracts, we've been able to make headway. We still haven't seen large applicant pools, and we have a very, very competitive process for hiring for both of the police and dispatch positions. But we've been able to make headway to the point where actually, as of March 23rd of this year, we were able to get to our prior full staffing level in police, and prior to that in December for dispatch. In FY26, we also were, the council was very, saw the need for us to add to personnel, both in police and dispatch. So as of January of this year, we had 4 half-year positions to hire for police and 1 for dispatch. Currently, none of those 4 positions for police have been filled, but we have 2 people that are experienced police officers that have been given conditional offers for 4 out of 4 of those positions. And then also we have a conditional offer for the dispatch position. So it's been crucial to our operation and has made a significant difference to us with the current contract that we're working at, both on the police side and dispatch, to be able to continue providing the services that we do to the town. Some of the changes currently in the contract, there was, or it will be, a 4% market adjustment for our supervisors. We have a physical fitness stipend that is actually an optional stipend for our police and dispatchers to be able to participate in. But if they choose to do so, it's based off of guidelines by the CDC of a minimum of 150 minutes of cardiovascular exercise a week average, and 2 strength workouts. And that's averaged out over quarterly periods for people choosing to participate if they successfully complete those requirements. Our mental health stipend goes along with a mental health program where all of our police and dispatch staff participate once a year in a wellness check, and also have access to services. It's been recognized in the profession for years, and we've definitely made some good recent headway in that area as well. And it's done a great service to our people as far as staying healthy in the profession. Part of that is also included when we signed the contract. Originally, the cost for the program itself was in the town budget. and that will be shifted as of FY 27 into our budget for both police and dispatch. Last on the slide is the funding that I know you're familiar with, and Joe will speak to a little bit more detail in the coming slides on the radio project that we propose. Just note that there is a change in our labor and parts line for our vehicle maintenance. That actually is a shift in funding as opposed to additional funding. In the past, what we had done for years and years is we had included in our new vehicle account line the funds for the initial setup for all of our vehicles. So especially our cruisers, the equipment is extensive in those vehicles. And when we would transition from one vehicle to another, there was a cost associated with moving that equipment over, or if new equipment needed to be purchased for a vehicle. So now all of that money will also reside in the parts and labor line, as opposed to the new vehicle line will just be for the cost of the vehicles themselves. Along with that, the proposed FY 27 is to replace 4 of our marked units and 2 of our unmarked vehicles. This has been something, the chief said something earlier about some of the people being around for a period of time. In the normal piece of that, I'm not sure exactly what he meant by normal for people who've been here for an extensive period, but being one of those people, as far back as I can remember, we've been replacing 4 marked units and then 2 of our unmarked units each year. Public Works does all of our assistance with purchasing, as well as our work on our vehicles, including setup, and they do an incredible job. I think it's also a testament that our vehicles are getting better, that even as we've increased our staffing and our fleet, that we've been able to keep that rotation the same as far as number of vehicles. Our training budget also shows an increase for FY 27 due to just the costs of one, the increased number of people that we have coming in, and then also the cost for doing that training, and how crucial it is to provide that training to our people, especially where the cost of liability and one lawsuit can certainly far exceed the amount that increase for the training itself does. And we would much rather have that investment on the front end than have to have it on the back end. FY 27 budget overview, other than the changes, no additional position requests for FY 27. A piece of the increase in our costs is right now in FY 26, we're absorbing a half year of the costs of those 4 police officers and 1 dispatcher, and obviously in FY 27 we'll have to absorb the full year costs of those positions. As the chief mentioned, about 95% of the budget is due to personnel costs in different ways. I know other departments have also mentioned the increase in health insurance costs that we're experiencing as well, and then the increased costs in goods and services. Under our capital improvement plan, before I hand it over to Joe, I'll cover the pier float replacement project. One of our 2 CIPs is to replace the floats down at our public pier at the Fisherman's Co-op. The co-op has the pier itself, but off of the pier is a ramp that goes to 6 floats that are adjacent to the pier that are used for vessels, both commercial and recreational, to land, to do different types of business or recreational activities, as well as it also services the skiffs for people, either recreational or even more for our commercial industry, as a tie-up point for for people to get out to their moorings. And then it also services our public safety vessel as a place for tie-up and to be able to launch quickly if there's an emergency, but day in, day out for it to be available as well. Back in 2024 with the storms, we were actually able to secure a grant from Maine Department of Marine Resources Working Waterfront Resiliency Grant. And that was in the amount that's there for the secured grant funding, and the match that we would need to replace all of those floats with the current type of structure is that total amount. There was some damage at the time of the storms. Also, recently, we did have another situation where 3 corner angles that were deteriorated broke off, along with the bolts that attached them down there during a recent storm. But we were able to get that repaired so that it currently is still a serviceable set of floats. Joe, I'll hand it over to you.
Good morning. I know we had a workshop and discussed the radio infrastructure project in depth. Just as a few updates and highlights for you. After our workshop, there were a couple items we had mentioned at the end that were still in progress. One of them being the infrastructure total. We were able to work with our selected vendor, updating propagation maps and coverage maps. We were able to remove or just determine there was one site that was up in the air on whether or not it was going to need to be included. We've been able to determine that that is not included. So that was about a $1.2 million savings off the total cost. And then the second part of this project is what is referred to as subscribers. So these are the end users, the portable radios and the radios in the police cars, fire trucks. We were able to narrow that down pretty significantly, particularly with the school department. And that was somewhere approaching $1 million savings, which brings our total, our share in Scarborough of this project down to $9.4 million from just north of 11 when we had met for the workshop. Additional work we've been doing on that is surrounding grant procurement. We've really identified 2 different types, federal grants and then congressionally directed spending. As of now, we have 2 pending applications for congressionally directed spending. Those grants are pending the federal process, the congressional process. The other 2, the fire chief is working on 2 grants, the BRIC grant, which that grant is a 75-25 cost sharing grant, which is significant. And then there's the assistance to firefighter grant. Both of those applications are in progress right now and will be submitted. And so we will continue to aggressively try to source some grant funding for the project.
No.
Well, we love this.
But I will.
We would love to give you our laundry list of wants and needs, but recognizing the tough decisions that our department will need to make with the managers and then ultimately by your committee. We chose to just leave this open for any type of back and forth questions and answers that you may want to provide to us. Certainly, if you want to know about further investment, we've got obviously personnel would be the biggest, and we can go from there. But we just recognize that we're all in a tough spot this year, and we're gonna have to make some tough choices that hopefully will not impact personnel and hopefully will not impact the mission that we serve people of Scarborough.
Great, thanks so much. Go ahead, Karen.
Questions, good job, thank you. Random questions, so I'll get started here, guys. You had mentioned the new marine boat, and I think in previous conversations, I learned that part of our role is we respond to Old Orchard whenever, and they have a policy in place that says anytime 2 lifeguards are in the water, we have to dispatch fire, and it's marine as well. I'm curious if that's something we can charge for. And so I know I know you're probably not prepared for that, but I'm wondering if there is more revenue that can be made, because I do know that we do respond to other towns with our boat. And my understanding is that we do not charge a fee. There's no sort of agreement. There's no sort of contract. And so,
The Marine boat is a shared resource between police and fire. The police side with the Harbor Master Marine Resource Officer falls under the police budget. And he has duties as far as the harbor as well as the marine resources that he manages. But he is also a member of the fire department, as well as other fire department staff utilize the boat. Most of, not all of the response for Old Orchard is related to the fire
so I should ask them about
department.
this.
But the fire chief and I have had discussions about meeting with Old Orchard about that very that point. But he may be able to speak to it more
Okay.
eloquently than I
Yeah,
can.
okay, I will bring that up
apologize.
next.
Thanks.
So we gave you guys body cams last year, which was awesome. I'm sort of curious because I felt like there was a real need within your department to have those. And I'm kind of curious what your experience has been specifically with, okay, you know, the district, we produced it to the district attorney's office and we got out of this many cases, or we were able to make this many situations go away. I mean, has it been successful? Is it sort of like, I mean, what is it?
Yeah, I think it's really been successful. I can't think of one time when we've said, oh geez, I wish we didn't have a body camera or an in-car camera.
Mhm.
Certainly it was long overdue for our department to be covered by these cameras. To have both is definitely adds a perspective to those criminal cases where more sometimes is better when it comes to prosecution. I know the district attorney was outspoken about the two agencies in Cumberland County that didn't have them prior to us making this purchase. And it was Scarborough as well as Brunswick. So I believe Brunswick has followed suit and they do have some type of coverage. So I think as far as adjudication, I don't have those numbers. I know a lot of cases either are backlogged or they find their way to a plea agreement. But certainly having video in hand where it will help to support your case may lead to a plea agreement, may lead to an all-out guilty verdict ultimately if it goes to trial. But certainly we're better served to have that as far as the prosecution side of the house. We also wanted to take a look at getting this equipment to train our officers. It's important that our officers have a chance to kind of review with their supervisor or their field training officer or what have you, their performance in the field. And sometimes when you're in the moment, you become tunnel visioned and you don't see what that camera will pick up. And so it's a very important training tool that we've been able to utilize. And then ultimately, when we have pursuits or any type of use of force situation, we have committees set up in-house that will review each and every one of those complaints, and having the video is a key component to be able to make any type of adjustments to not only the way that officers conduct themselves during those type of incidents, but also if we need to take a look at adjusting the policy in any way.
Just add just two anecdotal examples that come to mind beyond all of that. We had a fairly visible call last year. During that call, there was lots of records produced associated with the body cameras. I think in my opinion, my perspective, I think it really reflected well on our officers and their conduct and decision-making through that whole call to a degree that I think the narrative would have been different had we not had that good firsthand data. And then another example that was brought up during the radio workshop, again, this wasn't why we incorporated this technology, but it did provide some additional level of communication during a call when radio traffic otherwise failed.
Right.
So I definitely think that technology has reaped some pretty important rewards just in those few instances.
I mean, not to say, but I work at Purcell and Drew Law Firm, and I will say, having some of that stuff, we don't even go to court, but like you troll through it and you're just like, it's unbelievable. It is also a very big reflection on your department. Like, we had a department where the officer was convinced that, it wasn't the person's fault, blah, blah, blah. And then the cameras completely went against what the officer said. And so it was just like probably a learning experience for everyone in that. And so I do think I'm happy to hear that you have that all that going on.
We're happy to hear as well that, what we already knew through our interactions, not only with the public, but also with our officers, seeing them in the field. is further supported through that camera footage where you look to see what your officers, our supervisors are tasked with reviewing from time to time. They're mandated to do this review of just doing a spot check on a particular case that pops into their queue to review from time to time. And, it just reinforces the fact that we are hiring the right people because they're making great decisions in the field and they maintain the professionalism even through all those stressful situations where most folks that aren't trained would probably lose that professionalism and that discipline.
Right. Part of the IT budget this year was laptops for the cruisers. Are they in pretty bad shape?
Yes, Jen is ready to swap them out for sure.
I got the sense. Jen's all over that stuff.
Yeah.
I will just say generally a couple things. We focus a lot on our survey that we send out to the town. And so I do feel like one of the low things that comes in is we're at like about 50% with ordinance enforcement. And so I'm not saying it's so much on your department. I think it does flow throughout the different departments within the town. But I think one of my goals has always been like, I think we could do a better job enforcing some of our ordinances. And so I think that's one of the things I wanted to focus on this year. And so I just wanted to kind of put that out there. I mean, you guys kind of have laws that you're enforcing, which I feel like when we go in the tiers, you have your criminal laws and the things that you need to force. And so I will admit, I am calling dispatch when I see like people parked in fire lanes and things like that. That's an ordinance violation. But I do think eventually, I think residents do have an expectation and they do want to kind of have those things enforced. Because I would love to get that number up. I really, because I'm one of those residents where I want to do a better job enforcing our ordinances. And so I think the other thing that I wanted to talk about was just your CIP generally and the request for the communication, the tower radio project. So I kind of dug back into the budget for I went back to 2024. And so I think for residents, we want to see predictability. We want to know what's coming down the line and for things like that. And I think that's something that's going on on all the departments. I mean, things come up, things break and things like that. But I think what I saw with the body cams and also with the tower radio is that when I go back 2 years, it's not on there. And so these are to me big asks, but yet they're kind of coming to me a little bit out of nowhere, where maybe you knew longer than we did that you needed them, or maybe you didn't know the cost, so they weren't coming up on the CIP. But I would love to have a CIP that is more in-depth, where even if we don't, I think it's just Todd Souza. He'd kind of be like, I just threw a number on there because I know it's coming down the line. I'm not sure it's going to be on there. It's projected. I don't know how these departments work and how things elevate. Things aren't important. They aren't. But I would say, I think specifically with the tower radio project, the radio project, that hasn't been on the CIP for a very long time. I would love to be able to have a time and more predictability coming down the road of knowing like, this is coming. Last year, I felt like the body cams were extremely important and you needed them right away. And now I feel like you have the radio project and it's extremely important and you need it right away. And that's how I feel. So I'm like, well, I want to be able to manage that better and not sit up here as a resident or as a counselor and say, oh, residents, but it was last minute, but they needed it every single year. And so with what's going on in the environment, I'm struggling with supporting the tower radio project right now. But I think I would love to work at doing better with our CIPs.
And we had a radio study listed on CIP, I believe it was FY 24.
FY 25.
Yeah, it wasn't on 24, that's
And
why.
also listed in the footnotes of that CIP was the overall radio project that we knew of as a result of that radio study. That our consultant gave us a ballpark number that we included on last year's CIP. I hear you, Counselor. I mean, we've been aggressive in asking for the things that we felt that we absolutely needed. A few years ago, Jen Day, who we all highly respect, and when she speaks, we listen. When she says that your current CAD system is going to be sunsetted in several months, now we're faced with a dilemma. And thankfully, the finance committee and the council and the managers supported that initiative. The body worn and in-car cameras, again, one of 2 agencies in the entire county that doesn't have this technology. I felt it was a dire need. We've had these in the field for many, many years, upwards to 20+ years, and our agency doesn't have them. And you know, the sixth largest community in the state of Maine, it doesn't make any sense. So this radio project has, I know it appears that has just popped up within the last several months, or some of you have learning about it for the first time. Apparently, when we had the council brief a few months ago. Again, we had a radio study. I think where I would have done things different was to take the results of that study that we had last summer, was it? I believe, and held some type of workshop then to get you folks more in tune with what we're looking at. I don't want to surprise you folks. You have a hard job. You need information. I totally understand that. We don't appreciate surprises either. So we try to think forward when it comes to this, as well as the fact that it's a huge dollar amount. But certainly, if I could have done things differently, I would have briefed you all earlier on exactly what that study showed. We had stakeholder meetings from the school department to every department that is going to need a handheld radio in both, you know, Scarborough as well as Old Orchard. We had those stakeholder meetings all along, so they were well updated on the process, to include, you know, both town managers from both communities. So, but when you're trying to do everything and trying to brief everyone, sometimes, you know, you could have done the additional step, and that's how I would have done things differently.
Thanks. John. I appreciate that reflection, because again, I recall we did discuss it last year at the budget time that it would be a big number. I think I personally was just like, well, we do this all the time. We have big numbers, we push them out. So I think I personally just thought maybe this would get pushed out, but now that I understand it, I understand why it's important to do now. I do have a couple questions on it since we're on that topic. So do we know when we'll know the results of the grant applications and the congressional work? Because we don't technically, just for the committee, we don't technically make a decision to put it onto ballot until August. And so I would just be curious, would we know anything more about the results of those before August or even before November when people go to vote?
Congressional funding, no. They're in that application process. They had information sessions with the senators' offices, and everyone has that question, as did I. And it was one of the first questions asked. And unfortunately, that they don't really have a schedule because it's based on when the bills get presented, when they get voted on. I think if best case scenario, they put it somewhere around March to know for sure, to have a final vote. And then beyond the final vote, there's quite a bit of time for the money to be released after that. So by your August deadline, we would not have an answer, an official answer. Off of the congressionally directed spending, the fire chief and I met yesterday with some folks from Cumberland County EMA that have significant experience in that BRIC grant, and they give us about the same time frame, somewhere around March to have a final answer.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
What is your confidence that will be successful? I know I'm asking you to hedge, but like, is it a super competitive grant that it's unlikely we're not going to get funding? I'm just curious.
I'll say that a lot of the direction we got in the congressionally directed spending side, significant direction we got in the application process was to lean on the experience of our neighbors. So we did that. Again, the fire chief and I met with a successful grant awardee, I guess is the word, from last year to walk through the application process, get some advice. And we looked at each particular senator and what projects they usually support. I would say that I have high confidence that there will be interest in our project for the senators to support. But then there's the additional step of, you know, the senator introducing that into the bill and whether or not the full Congress supports it. It's kind of a guess. I will add in my research into previous award winners or non-award winners or applicants, that there is a very, very low likelihood that the project will receive support without, or will receive congressional support without a positive referendum. Really boils down to that they don't want to appropriate money into law for a project that could fail at referendum.
That's a good point. So there's like
Yeah.
a little bit of a contingency of like, if it's not approved, it's less likely to get funding. Okay.
There was interest as far as being able to tie in two communities
Mhm.
as well as multiple departments within those communities, plus two counties. Then the neighboring communities that have already converted to a digital system, just trying to tie in that entire network.
There has been significant support in the past 5 years from Maine's delegation for communications projects, for public safety communications projects. So I think that with a positive referendum, there would be significant congressional support.
Mhm.
But I think it positions the representatives, the congressional representatives for us are much more willing to bring a project across the finish line than to provide seed money.
John, can I just jump on that for one
Yeah.
second? You referred to it being a 75-25.
That would be the BRIC grant, the federal BRIC
Okay.
grants.
Okay, I can get to that if you want to keep going there, but I was just curious who gets the 75, who gets the 25?
Yeah, so our share would be 25.
Okay, great. Sorry, John.
Yep. I have a couple more questions on dispatch. So when we partner with Old Orchard Beach and Buxton, how often are we revisiting our revenue fee that we're charging them? And would you say it's competitive? I sit on the Cumberland County Finance Committee, and I was shocked to hear how low they charged and how much other non-participating communities are subsidizing dispatch services for their users. And so I just want to understand better, like when it comes to covering costs, are we fully covering costs, or are we getting a little bit more of a profit margin that's allowing us to cover other costs within?
I would say we are, so the structure right now is 3-year contracts. We extended the Buxton contract 1 year for this coming fiscal with the intent to align the contracts so that they expire at the same time. So for fiscal 28, we will need to negotiate new contracts. I constantly am analyzing that. One of the things that I run into when I look at, you know, my counterparts, the county structure is a little different because they're receiving county taxes. So the county offers that service. So the billing structure is a little bit different where we're not receiving revenue from Old Orchard in any way, right? Except for this. So when we initially entered the contract with Old Orchard, we hired 3 additional personnel at the time. We billed them even cost for that. There was no profit. And we've increased it based on our labor contracts. So it's usually somewhere in the 4% range, but the contract is structured in a way that whatever the dispatch union receives for an annual increase is what we apply to that annual increase. I think we're going to need to really look into that in our next negotiation because things have changed beyond personnel, particularly with this CAD project. And we talk about the work that Jay does in CAD management, CAD administrator. Those are services that we didn't initially provide really. And then with the radio project, I think now we're going to have a joint radio system that is ultimately going to be managed by our Scarborough communication staff. So there needs to be a cost assumed for that. And I've started having that discussion already with the chiefs, both in Buxton And I think there's additional opportunities as the communications field and industry grows. It's starting to move to things that EMS have been doing for years, quality assurance, and those are all man hours. And I think there are additional funding opportunities when we negotiate these contracts next year to offset some of the costs.
With the difficulty of recruiting and retaining dispatch professionals, do you see a future where we may have to get out of servicing other communities, especially as we grow, to make sure that we retain those professionals to work? I know that would probably put more burden on our taxpayers, but just thinking about our growth and where we're headed, we're going to need those dispatchers likely to spend more time on Scarborough potentially than what they're doing. And so I'm just curious, do you see that?
Well, I
Is this a
think-
long-term thing or is this a short-term thing?
Well, I think we've been intentional about not doing what some other communication centers across the state have done. I think that goes all the way back to Chief Moulton. It was a lot of thought put into partnering with Old Orchard. The 911 answering, that's for Buxton is a very light load. On the communication center, it's the full dispatch services with Old Orchard. And I would ultimately say that that's a very long-term commitment. And I think to your point, it's on me to ensure that there's zero cost to the Scarborough taxpayer for us doing that in Old Orchard at a minimum, zero cost. And I candidly have been approached very recently in the past couple months from other agencies asking if we would be interested in bringing their community on for dispatch, and we are just not positioned to do that at this point because of the reasons you suggested.
Yeah.
Bringing on another community means hiring 5 dispatchers immediately. That took us 5 years to do. So we're very calculating about, I think we're very well positioned with what we currently provide. To expand in any other way would be a long thought out process.
Just to be clear, I'm thinking back to the vehicle maintenance discussion yesterday. In both cases, we've never put ourselves out there that we're available, we want business. We have responded to need that's come our way and evaluated that critically, selected partners carefully, turned interested parties away more often than not, frankly. And so to really succinctly answer your question, we are certainly covering our costs.
Yeah.
The model doesn't have a built-in profit, but I'm confident that we are covering our costs.
Does York County not have a dispatch? Because Buxton and Old Orchard are both York County, right? So
Sanford
York County.
has a regional dispatch center,
Okay.
which a number of communities participate and subscribe to.
Uh-huh.
That was one of the first, I think, to have a huge regional effort. maybe
Yeah,
10
York
years ago,
County-
15 years ago.
York County had a communications division that they closed and contracted with the city of Sanford to provide for the county, and it's expanded from there.
Old Orchard evaluated that as as an option and then turned to us to say, we really would like to explore.
because we do a lot more partnerships with them anyways, right? Beyond just dispatch, so that it just probably made more sense for them to work with us.
Correct.
And I think to your point as well about, having another agency dispatch for us, it's just not something that we want to entertain. I've lived through that with the state police where we closed the Gray Dispatch Center and being on the road, and we felt the impact of not having dispatchers who knew the area or
Yeah.
knew the people that we were dealing with. So certainly we don't want to go down that road unless we absolutely have to. I don't want to even entertain that because I think the level of service here in Scarborough would be impacted.
Great. My only other comment is that I support you, Chief, in your comment about, trying to keep personnel whole and making sure that, we made a big investment last year in our public safety organization and fire, and I want to keep that investment as best we can. Now, if there are things through normal attrition that you feel can work that doesn't impact service, that would be your call, but I'm perfectly happy with trying to keep personnel as whole as we can for police for next year.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Michelle?
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just want to say I had the pleasure of spending a Thursday with Officer Lambert, and it wasn't even quiet on a Thursday. So more excitement than I anticipated. A couple of things. I looked in the revenue, chart and I was trying to understand what was going on with Higgins Beach. We had an actual of 155, and then in the budget for 2026 was only 20,000, but then we're proposing 160,000 for next year. So I just wondered what that variation was.
The revenue comes from the meters on Bayview Avenue, and I think the change has been the enforcement that's been down there. There was a small increase to the cost for parking as well. But those revenues have, where we've been doing the enforcement has been coming into our revenue line. And we weren't sure how that was going to go, but I think it's been a 3-year period now and that we are trying to match the revenues with what is actually coming in and what we project now will be coming in. But with things, as far as we know, staying status quo down there.
Okay, good, thank you. The other question I had was, you said we're going July into the 3rd year of a contract and then having to negotiate a new one. When you take a look at total compensation for your staff, or your team, how do you think we compare to other towns right now, and just trying to get sort of a mental model of what that might look like as we head into negotiations?
I think last year we were second in the state. I know that contracts have been renegotiated since last budget year, but I would say that we're definitely in the top 25% of the state still. But as of last budget season, we were second behind Sanford.
Biddeford.
That's for dispatch.
That's for dispatch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So you think we're
And then-
positioned pretty well?
And as far as the police officers contract,
Mhm.
typically, we've always been within the top 6 in the state. And again, a lot of contracts have been renegotiated over the last year. So, but I would say that we're certainly within the top 25% as well in the state of Maine.
So it sounds like we're in pretty good shape as far as not needing to do a, huge adjustment or.
Right. As I said last year, the contracts that both dispatch as well as the police received, we truly appreciate everything that we were able to achieve in that contract and both of those. And certainly, I think it's indicative of the recruiting efforts that we're having to be able to pull in not only officers that have no experience that are just looking at getting a job, but you're looking at some senior patrol officers from other communities that are valued in their towns, and they see opportunities here to come in with 10 to 15 years experience or less, and be able to start a new career in Scarborough.
But Counselor, to answer your question, I think the big market correction happened as part of the current contract. And so we don't at this point anticipate kind of the same sort of need to do a huge correction. And I hope things are settling out. Kind of post-COVID, it was really wild and crazy for a while, trying to keep pace with each other, outdoing each other, and it's not sustainable. And I think most of us in the municipal world realize that. So hopefully, I think we're going to see things settle back in a little bit.
Just one thing I'd add in is just that our applicant pools have still been typically very small applicant pools. And that may be totally outside of contract pay, things like that, changes in the way people do business, people working from home, all those other things, as compared to rotating shifts and working all different hours. But we've still had that advantage of we've been able to find those applicants. It just isn't the same applicant pools of years gone by.
It was a tough job, so thank you.
Thanks. Maybe just follow up on that. I had a question on the applicant pool. So you feel as though we're competitive with the other communities. That's not the issue. It's just there's not many people out there seeking the profession.
Correct.
Okay. And
it's ebb and flow, Counselor. It's my first year as chief. I was apprehensive to ask for any more positions than what I absolutely truly felt I could fill, due to the fact I had list of retirees. I didn't know whether or not they were going to retire in that year or not, you know, with a new chief coming in and everything. So I was apprehensive due to the job market that I was not going to be able to fill those positions. That's gotten better each and every year. And I think we're in a good spot now where we're getting applicants. Again, we find the diamonds in the rough and we put them into our uniform and they do great things for us. So, as well as our dispatch centers. So, I think we're definitely optimistic about hiring, those additional vacancies that we have. And certainly we'll be able to fill our ranks here in due time.
That was one of my other questions, actually. So I'm assuming in your personnel costs, you're carrying the full cost as if you're going to fill those vacancies, right? Okay. And just on kind of the call volume, you said hundreds above 25 and thousands above past years. Do you have any insight with that? Is there preventative programs that would improve maybe the number of calls for you? Is there other ways to tackle that?
Yeah, crime wise, I think the biggest thing that we have to tackle is retail theft. It's, you know, in the Payne Road corridor, we have some frequent customers that we spend a lot of time conducting investigations for retail theft. But also to drive some of that retail theft and other things that we deal with when we respond to calls is the mental health piece as well as substance use. I know that Lauren Dembski Martin, our social services navigator, and her team work really hard to try to find other avenues to be able to get to the root cause of you know, the mental health issues that we're faced with when we have calls for service, but also the substance use. And that's through our LEAD program, our law enforcement diversion program. Officer can, instead of charging somebody through the criminal justice system, they can divert this individual as long as they're willing to participate in the LEAD program to Bailey Pratt, who's our lead advisor. She runs that program under Lauren's supervision, and she does a great job and able to try to get people back on their feet to really attack the causes of the issues that we're facing.
I'm glad you mentioned the retail theft, and I'll give Councilor Hayes some credit for this question in that we had a discussion about it a few weeks ago. Is there any opportunity for the where there's a concentration of thefts for the business to participate in the cost of managing that? I mean, like for instance, the false alarm fees and things like that, you know, is there a way to get the business to participate, even if it's not financially, participate in the preventative end of it?
We've met with a couple of different businesses over the last year or so. Walmart being, you know, one of our biggest customers. Certainly we have sat down with their loss prevention as well as their corporate office to talk about ways to kind of harden, you know, what they have for inventory inside of Walmart and try to make it a little bit more difficult for folks to walk away with merchandise. And also we had the representative from the district attorney's office in that meeting to see if there was a threshold that could be established to so we wouldn't have to submit a case for prosecution. And as I recall, for the most part, they wanted to see everything and allow them to make the choice about whether or not they go forward on prosecution. We have been able over the last month or so, we've been able to take a suggestion that we had from our detective sergeant, as well as some of our officers and detectives that work these retail thefts, to be able to have a store such as Walmart. It's not exclusive to Walmart. It could be any retail store. Be able to, through their loss prevention, submit the report and any video or photos that might be attached to that case, submit it to, I guess, an online portal, evidence.com, to be able to have our officers take those cases rather than responding down to Walmart or Martin's or wherever it may be, to collect up whatever reports or media that they may have, and then, you know, go and conduct follow-up. So it streamlined the process a little bit more The officers seem to be, liking the new procedures. It just saves them time traveling across town to get these items.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else? Thank you so much. Really, great job. Appreciate, obviously, everything you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here's for having a quick break.
I did.
Get the white shirt, so.
Okay, welcome back. We're happy to have the fire department and to present to us now.
Morning. Similar to the chief, I won't take all his words, but thank you, the police chief, thank you for having us here today. This is my fourth year as well, being here with this group, with the finance committee and being able to present our budget. We do also recognize the hard decisions that all of us are facing this year and understand that that is going to be a tough job and it's going to continue for days after we complete this meeting. I'd first like to introduce my staff as well. I'm going to start off with my brand new Deputy Chief Brandon Walker. He's replacing Deputy Chief Duras, who left for Saco back in January to go back to a department that his family has deep ties into and had an opportunity and decided to go back that way. But Brandon started yesterday. So he's
And he'll be presenting this.
I hope he's presenting this morning, so that take a little bit. Brandon comes to us from Yarmouth. He has a lot of experience. He was the deputy chief of EMS in Yarmouth, and he comes to us with that very important role that needs to be filled as the EMS division is over 80% of the work that we do here in this community. That we'll talk a little bit more as we get into the presentation. My second in command, Assistant Chief Ian Tenney. He is in charge of the suppression division and all the personnel, nearly 100 personnel that we have between all the divisions that we have. And Deputy Chief John Brennan, who's in charge of the Fire Prevention and Inspection Bureau, that has really, over the last few years, taken that bureau into a totally different realm, and we're really excited. I'm blessed with the staff that I have that really help support our mission. Our overview really hasn't changed much from the years that we presented before. Our department manages 5 divisions. The fire administration, which is the chiefs and our budget, my budget, the emergency medical services division, fire inspection and prevention, and emergency management. Those are all fall under the fire chief and under the fire department's realm. We operate with 3 classifications of employees. We have full-time employees, and we'll get into the numbers in a minute. Full-time employees, per diem, or what's traditionally called day firefighters. And we also have very dedicated call company members that have been, some of the members have been on the department for decades and still provide that support to several of the stations that we have currently in town. We operate out of 6 fire stations. They're spread out through the community based on the geography. For years that I've been here, we hear about that term, that geography is a big challenge for Scarborough and how we manage our services in every department. And I believe that is the reason why those stations were put in place in those strategic areas. I will say that we are continuing to look at those and to see where the best places for those as we start to look at plans in the future to what stations to upgrade, where to make the investments in the future. We continue to evaluate that with data to take a look at that. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, we have 4 command staff positions that you're looking at. We also are lucky we have a call company division chief, Chief Gary Sandler, who's not with us today, but he has been part of the department for nearly 40 years, and he is really, I rely on him for the historical knowledge of the department. As you know, a couple of years ago when Chief Thurlow retired, so did a lot of the history. We lost several deputy chiefs all in that same period where the entire command staff essentially turned over in that period. We have 2 civilian admins who we could not do our job without them, both Julie and Megan. I wanted to give them credit for, I always say Julie's the real boss. She really keeps everything together. She's got over 20 years in the department, and I believe she's on her 2nd chief that she's worked for. And then Megan, who does our accounts payable and accounts receivable for a lot of the billing and all the other stuff that she helps manage. So we're very fortunate to have them, and they really help support our mission as well. We have about 36 per diem members left. As I talked last year when we were talking about new investments, the per diem program continues to wane and it's starting to fall off as far as the reliability or the availability of per diem firefighters. That program started over 30 years ago, and I believe Scarborough and Gorham were the first ones to really do it. And we had some really good highs, and I think we're kind of on the downward slope for those per diems, and that's why we came to you last year with that new investment. And then we talked about about 30 call members left, and those call members usually respond to the stations that don't have staff. Engine 4, Pine Point, Engine 3, and Pleasant Hill. Those are where the bulk of our volunteer and call company staff. They do get a stipend when they do respond, an hourly stipend when they do respond to calls, but they're not paid for standby or anything like that. We operate fully staffed 4 stations 24 hours a day at 365 days a year. So North Scarborough is staffed. And I will just mention that we struggled over the last year or so to keep that station staffed based on the waning per diem. But the investment that you made to allow us to create the ambulances down at Black Point really has shifted that. And now that we're only staffing 2 stations with per diems, that has kind of smoothed out. And that station has, I think we've only missed two or 3 days since January 5th when we instituted the new staffing program where that station is now staffed. Obviously, the public safety building is staffed every day. Dunstan Station is staffed every day. And now Black Point is staffed 24 hours a day with some full-time staff. We do have a policy that our staffing, we do not staff a truck with less than 2 people. For many, many years, there was trucks that would go out on a call with 1 person. And we recognized very early that that was probably not a good idea to do. There was liability that came with it. The varying degrees of experience from some of the younger folks that are on and to the other more experienced folks, it just was not the right mix. So we did go to 2 staff persons on the trucks. And then I did want to mention the Fire Prevention Bureau is made up of Deputy Chief John Brennan, but we also have a part-time fire inspector that really helps run that program. And that program is fully funded by revenue, including John's salary and both John's salaries is currently funded, certainly because of the activity that's in town, but it's fully funded by permits and reviews and things like that. And if I can, I'm going to transition to Deputy Chief Brennan real quick, just to make a comment about the activities in the Fire Prevention Bureau, just how that's played out.
Good morning. I recently conducted annual training for all our staff on all 4 of our shifts, just a refresher on inspections and how to conduct those and how the process works and documentation. So I actually had to run numbers for that just because I wanted to illustrate to them the successes we're having. So from March 1 of 25 to March 1 of this year, we did just over 2,000 inspections throughout the town. The crews that are on the trucks were able to find over 1,400 violations. And these are life safety violations, could be everything from as severe as a sprinkler system or a fire alarm system that hasn't been inspected in the required 1-year period, or maybe it's off, to something minor like an exit light that's out or a fire extinguisher that's missing. Of those, we were able to correct 1,300, over 1,300, which doing the math, the correction factor for violations found to seeing them through to completion and correction is at 93%, which is really unheard of in most communities. I can tell you from where I came previously in Portland and around the Noy Street tragedy, that was something that highlighted that they had stopped inspecting, and what the case was is they hadn't stopped inspecting. What they had put their focus on was the re-inspections, getting those violations corrected, because the correction factor there was quite low and it was looked at as a liability by the legal team. So to have a correction factor of 93% is really outstanding, and it's something that I applaud our crews, that they're going out, they're not just writing a violation to write it. They're writing something that absolutely has to be corrected. When members of our community or business owners or property owners get the violations, there's a photo of it now with a new program through the Tyler software that we were fortunate to get. Shows a photo of the violation. They can put down the location of where it is, and then it actually puts the code language in there, so it tells the person why it's a violation. And that's stuff done through our program. So it's really good communication through that. In the fire prevention division, as Chief Canola said, my part-time inspector and I, we had over 1,400 inspections last year. And that encompasses everything from new businesses, so certificate of occupancies, any complaint inspections, any business that requires a license to operate gets inspected annually by us before. There's many people that have to weigh in on a license that you guys get brought to you, either as a new license or relicense. There are several different departments that weigh in on that, and we're one of them. So if it hasn't been inspected within a certain period of time, we'll do an inspection and make sure everything's corrected prior to giving our approval. And then any consultations we do. So as you can imagine, that with the growth in this community, I deal with a lot of phone calls and a lot of emails back and forth on future projects coming. And there's a consultation inspection that I do on a lot of those. So that way, if I'm giving someone direction or I've given them a decision, I'm not just telling them it to them in person. It's documented so that if something ever happened to me or I'm out and someone needs to check the history of what we have approved or said is going to be allowed, that's actually documented somewhere that everyone can see as a record, as a public record. So, and then finally, I work extremely closely, sometimes hourly, with our codes and planning office. The code office officers and I are routinely doing inspections jointly. So any new buildings get done, they're looking for their stuff, the plumbing, heating, electrical, I'm looking life safety. We meet every Thursday morning to just go over our projects, see where we're at with the planning director and her team. And then I do work closely with the police department as well. The detectives and the patrol officers do a real good job of alerting us to any potential issues that may have a life safety component, because again, they're the boots on the ground, like our firefighters. They're seeing this stuff at all hours where I'm during the week. So they're reporting stuff to me. And one thing we did recently, I know you talked about trying to reduce calls for service. Both Lieutenant Vaughn, the patrol lieutenant, and I started an approach where any new hotels that come to town or new housing, we're trying to meet with their management team prior to them opening to just review things like the good neighbor ordinance, to review the policies around the innkeeper's license and calls for service, and the fact that if it reaches a certain threshold, it may come back to you. So with our 2 most recent hotels, we've done that. And that's hopefully starting to curb some of the calls for service if they realize that it's not just you know, you can run this hotel and not have any oversight, that if it reaches a certain level, we will visit again, but we try to go proactively ahead of time before they even open and say, hey, this is what's out here. Don't be surprised if this happens, you're gonna hear from either police chief or fire chief, and your license may go in front of council. So that is something we're doing proactively, kind of as a joint between the police and fire, but that's basically the overview. It's a very busy office. It doesn't stop.
Thank you, Chief. I did want to note that the ability and technology that's there was because of an investment the council made back to the CAD. The fire prevention module was part of the CAD investment that we made several years ago, and has really improved our level of service to be able to have that communication and clear documentation of the fire inspection program, which is, I think, is a good opportunity for us to show what we can do preventively. Changing to the next slide. I did want to first start out on the notable accomplishments from fiscal year 26. I can't thank this committee and the council and the town of Scarborough for the investment that you made last year to allow us to get the third ambulance in service and provide a higher level of service to the community in a better timeframes. This increase guaranteed our staffing from 2 stations to 3 stations a day. Our minimum staffing every day for full-time staff is 11 people that we have on duty 24 hours a day. And we're supplemented by the day firefighter or call positions. We have 4 positions that when we can fill them, they are filled. So that brings us up to about 15. That minimum staffing allows for vacation, sick time, things like that takes that into consideration. And before we move on from that, I did want to let Assistant Chief Tenney just talk a couple successful metrics about that so you understand where your investment really landed with us.
Excellent. Thank you. So at the macro level, the investment in staffing to be able to place ambulance 3 in service in the Black Point neighborhood hits some huge metrics. First off, we're now able to field 3 paramedic level ambulances 24/7, 365, right, from 2. So that's a huge improvement. Geographically, the way that they're positioned now is we've been able to basically split the town into thirds, which is a better scenario than dividing it in half, both in terms of response times. And the backside of the response time is what we call the total unit commitment time, meaning from the time the vehicle leaves the station for a response to the time that it's available to take another call. Within the 2 ambulance system, which we've had for decades, the ripple effect of multiple simultaneous calls that required an ambulance means that either one of those units would have a longer response time because they're covering for the vacant ambulance. So for instance, ambulance 2 in the Dunston neighborhood is committed to a call. Ambulance 1 from the Oak Hill neighborhood has an extended response time to go to that same area, an extended transport time. And overall, that means that they're not available for the next call for a longer period. In terms of unit commitment time, what we've seen for the first 90-day period that ambulance 3 has been in service, that unit has gone on 176 calls for service across the community. And what we've seen there is there's actually been a correlating noticeable drop in the run volume for the other 2 ambulances. That means that the plan is working. So that vacant ambulance district in the Black Point and Pleasant Hill neighborhoods that was being filled by ambulance 1 from the public safety building, that pressure has been removed. So overall, by cutting the town into thirds, each third of the community's got an ambulance that's available for more of the time to answer calls in what we call that first due area. And it means that they're back in service generally faster and they've got a lower unit commitment time because they're basically staying within their zone of responsibility. What we've seen in terms of the amount of times that we've had to ask our mutual aid partners over that 90-day period to send ambulances into Scarborough has reduced by 50%. And that's inclusive of all call types, meaning it could be a fire call that we need an ambulance for. So overall, 50% reduction in a 90-day period because our units are staffed and they're available in our community to take care of our residents and visitors. The other thing that strategically in terms of planning the deployment for ambulance 3 at Black Point, again, we've cut the community into thirds, and we've also guaranteed staffing in the 2 stations and ambulances in all 3 areas that can be affected by weather events. Black Point and the Pleasant Hill neighborhood can suffer some delays in response times coming from the Route 1 corridor when the marsh floods out. doubly so going across the marsh, down Route 1, and then into the Pine Point area. So we've hardened those areas in terms of a response package where we've got a staffed ambulance and staff fire units in all three of those quadrants of town that they can absorb any sort of delay in response due to weather events. That's a lot of numbers that I've thrown at you, so I'll
All
reserve.
positive, though.
Can I just say that you did such an excellent job describing the benefit. I hope it's something we can communicate more broadly to the community, because, you know, that to me is like a really powerful rundown of what we just did. So in the newsletter or something, I think it just would be really great to do, because it's only been 90 days, you said.
Yes, sir.
And so 90 days and seeing all this benefit, I think that's really just amazing.
Yeah, what's unique about this investment, I remember you contemplating it last year, is that it was tangible. With this investment, we'll get X. And typically we can't be that definitive. And now we can kind of build upon that and say, and with that investment, this is what it's returned. So, yes.
I just think that's a really important story this budget cycle, knowing that a lot of our impact this year is due to the staffing investments that we made last year. And so just connecting those dots for the community, I think will be really important.
If I may throw one, I had something highlighted, I'm sorry. To put a period on that, in that 90-day performance period, there were 426 events where there were concurrent calls that required an ambulance response. So 426 times 2+ of our ambulances were assigned to an incident. And again, there was still a 50% reduction in mutual aid requests over the same period last year. Right, so that's, again, a powerful metric on the investment. So thank you for the support.
And while I'm reluctant to give a number of revenue that in just 90 days, there has been an anecdotal increase that we've been watching in our with our third-party biller to see that revenue now, that 50% reduction is staying within Scarborough and covering those costs with us. So thank you, Chief. One of the next ones, the $85,000 from the Maine EMS grant sustainability project. We received that and put that towards the staffing that was allowed to us last year. And then another notable accomplishment, we completed some station bathroom renovations at both Black Point and Dunstan Fire Station. We'll talk a little bit more. I'm sure you might ask some questions about the CIP, but we maintain 5 buildings that are some in varying ages, and we have to maintain them and keep them in good shape. The bathroom situation, I'm super proud of the diversity within our department, both male and female. And there were some situations that just were probably better managed with better facilities for some of that stuff. So that renovation completed within the last month or so, and those stations are fully operational with those new bathrooms. Next slide. I did want to show, I know somebody might do the math. We were allowed 8 firefighters. There's 10 there, but at the time, if you remember, we had 2 vacancies to fill as well. But that's the investment. That's the face of the investment that we made last year. Again, with a 50% diversity, both male and female hiring. And I have to say, in my career, we have some of the best recruits that I've seen come through in a very long time, and they fit right in and really been doing a great job. Some of the equipment upgrades that happened in fiscal year 26. We replaced 2 command staff vehicles. I think we've talked about this every year that we've been here. The fire department has had a vehicle replacement program since the early 40s. And it's been very consistent, with the exception of when the ARPA came, we had the opportunity to do some work with ARPA funds. We've stayed right on track with our scheduled and we work very closely with our great partners at Public Works that will tell us, hey, this might need to go a little sooner. So there are some adjustments that sometimes take place based on what the costs are. The 2 command vehicles that were replaced this year that should be delivered tomorrow, I think. I think they're coming tomorrow. They're on an 8 to 10 year schedule for the command staff to be able to. We're on 24 hours a day. We respond from home. We come into major incidents and things like that. So that's what those vehicles cover. We are about a month or maybe 2 months at the most away from engine 7 at Oak Hill being replaced. That was part of the apparatus replacement plan that was lined out right through many years. And that replaces a 2004 pumper truck. And then we did that collaborative purchase with the police department for the marine vessel this year. And that's, as the chief mentioned, that's here in a couple weeks. If I may, at this point, I just wanted to Counselor Shoup's question. You and I talked about this last year as well. There is a plan in place. It's already been negotiated. As a matter of fact, with Biddeford and Old Orchard, Saco has their own marine resources, so we didn't really, they can provide what you and I discussed, mutual aid. They can provide us something back in return when we need help. So we didn't include them in those discussions. But Old Orchard and Biddeford, when we had those discussions, they agree that they will pay a fee. In July 1, we will execute that agreement. We settled on $300 a call. And it was based on the fact that there's maintenance. Anybody who's owned a boat knows that they require maintenance every year. That will help cover some of those costs to keep that maintained. Biddeford decided that when they got that information, they went out and bought their own boat. So I think that they recognize, but I think that they probably needed one for what they have down there. So similar to our Lift Assist program that you approved in an ordinance, changing of behaviors or changing practices and policies based on that's kind of what took place in this. So that will be done. So. Fiscal year 27, as the chief mentioned, police chief mentioned, majority of our costs are staffing and personnel costs. We're also entering year 3 of the EMS, fire and EMS collective bargaining agreement. That includes all the things. I won't bore you with all the other things that the chief mentioned, the mental health costs and the physical fitness costs. What I did want to mention is the physical fitness stipend that was put in there has truly shown an increased benefit, both to the wellness of them physically and mentally. The gym that we were so graciously allowed to have in the public safety building is full every day. There's people that you don't normally see in there, so they're using that and bettering themselves. I think that the ultimate goal, I won't speak for Liam, but I think the ultimate goal of wellness is to maybe someday start reducing costs of insurance and things like that, and the healthcare costs as those go out. And I think that we're well on our way by including those costs and those investments into our personnel is just huge. I think it's, and they appreciate it and they feel valued and they're really taking advantage of those. 2027 also has some, this is probably the only increase that really kind of might jump out in our lines. Paramedic training for up to 3 full-time employees. We are contractually obligated if they decide to go to paramedic school to pay for them to go to school, which I believe is the right thing to do anyway. We also get to decide how many we send. So we kind of estimated 3 to be able to keep up our paramedic level of service and provide the highest level of EMS service to our community into the future to keep that sustainable. With that, it takes some costs. There's some overtime costs, all those other things. So all that stuff was added into the budget that created some of the increase that I'm reluctant to call it a new program, but it is something that we recognize with these new people that we brought on. We didn't have any, we had 2 paramedic students that were already in paramedic class came on, but we want to make sure that the paramedic level is sustainable. We had discussions about dropping down to an advanced EMT level and not providing paramedic level service. I don't think that's the way for Scarborough. Scarborough has a long history all the way back to Dr. Haig for providing the highest level of emergency care in this community. And with our demographic, which is elderly, and we have a ton of medical facilities in here, it's the right mix for us, I believe.
Is we've scaled up our capacity to provide transport paramedic level care with the 3rd ambulance. This is a sliding scale that's attached to that effort. As we've scaled up our response capability, we have to also scale up our capacity to sustainably staff that ambulance at the highest level possible.
And then our other increases in this year's budget and our proposal include utilities for five buildings, fuel and for fire and EMS units, and medical consumables always go up. That's a guess really at best sometimes, depending on the call volume. Our medical consumables, which is bandages, IV catheters, all that stuff kind of goes up and down. So those are really where our heavy increases are. Again, the budget history provided to us by our finance director, Norm. And then more of a numbers view for you. Our capital improvement plan, and Chief Tenney, when you feel like you need to step in on some of this as well, the major station maintenance, that's been a number that we've carried annually in that CIP budget. Again, knowing that we have to manage 5 of the 6 fire stations that we have, the public safety building falls under a collaborative or cooperative budget with Town Hall. So that's managed by Ken Kennedy. And so both police and fire really don't carry those numbers for the public safety building in our budget. That's carried in the, I believe it's the town hall budget, if I'm correct. Covers that. And the biggest things that we have this year is some renovations that need, whether it's kitchen stuff, appliances that get old, washers, dryers. But the big one is all 5 of our stations are due, and I would be I'm a little embarrassed to say they will be delinquent next year for the internal fire inspection for the sprinkler systems. That's about $5,000 to $6,000 per station, where they go through the entire system and make sure that they're up to speed. The sprinkler systems are required, and we do have people that sleep there every night. So it's important that they have the right fire protection in there. And then we're also going to replace the North Scarborough apparatus bay doors. That will complete a project that was started by Deputy Chief Lamoria, where we upgraded all the garage doors and openers and everything in the stations. And that will be our last station that needs to do that. That cost has not been fully identified, but it'll be a significant cost in there that will be covered by this budget. Again, with our replacement process, one more staff vehicle, again, the 8 to 10 years based on condition. And then our continued firefighter turnout gear, multi-year replacement. We were being very reactionary with buying our turnout gear, and we recognize that it might be smarter, and there's some value in jumping on some other departments that are bidding and getting on those costs to get a plan in place that we buy it every year, so we're not getting a surprise and having to jump on. Turnout gear is approximately $4,000 to $5,000 per employee. And we do have close to 100 members of the fire department between all 3 classifications that require this personal protective clothing. And then the biggest thing in there is the replacing the 2017, that will be our spare ambulance. So the 4th ambulance that we have, it's important that when one of them's out of service, we can put something in its place and still continue our 3 ambulance model. That will be replaced using EMS revenue that we have currently in the reserve account. And that also includes some of the equipment. We are going in a little bit of a different direction than the PD. We're trying to cover that one-time purchase of the big equipment that goes with our vehicles to cover that cost as well. But that should be covered by revenue that's been generated. Did you want to mention anything about the trucks? Or do you want to wait for a question? Okay. That's it for us.
Thank you. Good question. John?
Thank you, Chief. Again, I don't have many questions. My only question is related to what Deputy Chief Brennan was talking about with the correction factor. And I'm just curious, with us implementing a potential STR policy that would increase inspections. Am I asking everybody's question?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you see that impacting capacity and the ability of your staff to continue to keep that correction factor at 93%? Are you suspecting it's going to go?
So if that were to go forward with the inspection piece attached to it, then that'd be a joint process with the code office and their officers. So it wouldn't be that we'd all have to go to every single one. We would be evaluating for safety the short-term rental applicant, but that would be something that would be a shared workload between Autumn Spear's office and mine as well. As far as the correction factor, I don't anticipate it would affect it all that much, because currently our re-inspections are all done in totality by the fire inspector, the part-time person. He basically, one of the benefits of the Tyler program is we can set a time frame. So we usually use, if it's a standard violation, a 30-day window. If it's, something, a blocked stairwell in an apartment that is obviously more dire, then that's usually like by the end of the day it's corrected, or we're taking other safety approaches on the building. But he handles most of that. And that's what that position really became a necessity to basically free up my time, so that I am doing the permit reviews and I am able to be at pre-construction meetings, pre-application meetings, to do some of the higher lift stuff. Because again, the inspection that he may be doing, the re-inspection, if it's out in Pine Point, he may be going there for 2 violations, but that's about an hour. I mean, with travel time to get out there, do the inspection, do the documentation, come back, complete the report, that's about an hour for a very quick inspection. And that's an hour freed up for me where I'm attending something else that may be more of a higher lift. I anticipate that the STR, if that goes forward, yeah, it's gonna increase workload, sure, but it's not just wholly in my office.
Right.
I'd be sharing that with, and that's something we do currently. I mentioned earlier that we work together collaboratively with Autumn's office. There are times where one of their members may be tied up or double booked with something. The inspection I'm going to is a very minor issue on their end. I've become familiar with what they're looking at, so he may say, hey, this was the issue, it was a minor electrical thing, something was missing. Can you just check that for me and let me know? And if I need to follow up, I will. So we are in touch, as I said earlier, we're in touch daily on things, and we back each other up on that.
Great.
So
I think it's important to note too, that our firefighters that are on duty, this is an inspection that they could take on as well in their travels. And we do that a lot with some of the inspections that John assigned. They're assigned inspections every shift and what they're supposed to do. So that there's not just two people doing that. There's 4 fire stations that are going out and doing inspections in their general areas.
And that is something that's not shared in a lot of communities. There's a lot of communities out there where there's not a collaborative. I have been working with a person who's new into my position in another community, and there is not that interconnectability with the code office. And there's a lot of headbutting on who really gets to make the call. And we're fortunate here that we all kind of have our lanes of where we need to work on, and we work together on that. And it is definitely something we benefit from here, because as I learn into this role, that's not common everywhere.
I thought Autumn was in charge and made the call on everything.
She does.
Sure.
That's my answer.
You actually answered my question, because I was wondering, it's not just you going into every short-term rental and it's throughout the department. And I think that's one of the big concerns and misunderstandings within the community, is that it's not just you and it's not just Autumn. It's, you have multiple staff, and your firefighters can do those inspections. Actually, the only question I have was, it's great that you you pay for the paramedic training. What is the commitment that person has to make to Scarborough after you do the paramedic training?
The contract requires a 3-year commitment. And then if they leave, there's a prorated reimbursement that's written into the contract.
Oh,
So,
Great, thank you. No, I don't really have any questions. You guys always do a great job. I'm happy to hear that we're gonna be getting reimbursed from our neighbors with the fire response boat. And so thank you.
Michelle?
Yeah, thank you. Just one question. First, I want to thank you. Your staff saved my parents' life over Magnolia Place. They were regular clients of yours. And the professionalism and calmness was unbelievable. So I just really appreciate that. Given the size of the town, you talked about we have 6 fire stations currently. So is there any type of, scope recommendations that come from, like, the Professional Firefighters Organization to say, you really need to make sure you have coverage within like X amount of miles? And I know like 6 miles in Maine is different than like 6 miles in New York City, obviously, but just wondering if that plays into like the decision-making of what we do with those 6 facilities.
sure. I will mention the one that the industry really relies on is the ISO, the Insurance Service Organization. I'm going to be full out honest on camera, and I am not a huge proponent of a lot of the recommendations that ISO makes, because I don't believe the cost translates. Building a $1 million fire station and having $1 million fire truck, billions of dollars of equipment in an area that's a few miles one way or the other really translates to a savings to a person's personal insurance policy. So there are some industry standards that do that. We base a lot of our decisions on strictly response time. The National Fire Protection Association requires us to meet a response time within 90%. I think it's 8 minutes.
Yeah, so the National Fire Protection Association, as the chief had mentioned, they have a couple of standards that are generally viewed as industry best practices. And they do recommend response times, generally the first unit arriving on scene within 4 minutes of dispatch, which is different than 4 minutes from the call being received, processing time there. Getting the first unit on scene at any event type.
Okay.
And then there are follow-up target points for if it's a multi-unit response, for the balance of that entire response to be there within X and Y minutes.
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
I think I just have one, Chief, you mentioned kind of the decline of the per diem workers and the availability, even of people looking to do that job. Is that part of the equation with that?
Sure, yeah.
So I'm gonna guess that we should try to anticipate, more asks for full-time coming down the road to, you haven't really said it that way, but is the plan to try to get us to the point where we're not dependent on the per diems?
Thank you for that question. I've been pretty open throughout the last few times I've been here that that is our ultimate goal, is to transition those funds from part-time to full-time positions. While there's not an equal one-to-one, there is definitely over the years, whether it's paid family leave, EPL, ACA insurance, that balance of the part-time positions being cheaper is starting to close that gap a little bit, and having the consistency and having a standardized response package and deployment is really what our goal is. And that would be our goal, to ask for additional staffing, transferring from those part-time funds.
If you started doing that, is there also related equipment and obviously the personal gear and all, but if you added 4 more firefighters, would our existing big ticket capital purchases be adequate now, meaning like the amount of trucks and the.
You want to speak to that?
Certainly. Our goals for staffing are reinforcing what our current deployment is. So it would be looking to create ultimately increasing per unit staffing, specifically on the fire companies. So the engines and the ladder trucks, where they're currently at 2 members, there's in general a scale for each member that you add to a unit. There's the baseline is you add 25% unit effectiveness for every human being that you add to that unit. This has been proven through a number of nationwide deployment metric studies. So looking to make those units more independent without adding any new vehicles, if you will. So looking to increase the existing staffed units' ability to do their job without creating new staffed units.
There could be some building, some infrastructure, like building, maybe having to do a new bedroom or buying furniture. So some of those really low level costs, but we would not be increasing apparatus in any way.
Okay, thanks very much. And thanks for everything you do. And I wanted to call out Chief Kinderlin for, he and I took a road trip together to Augusta, working on 1829. And Chief spoke on behalf of Scarborough and the statewide fire response to 1829. And they did a fantastic job representing Scarborough and the community. Thanks very much. Thank you. Anybody else? I think we're all set. Thank you, gentlemen.
Just kind of closing out public safety, which obviously police, communications and fire. You've heard all the benefits of the investments we've made. I applaud you for having the courage to make those. I think we see tangible results, but it comes at a cost. Collectively, the public safety division is up 12.5% based on all the investments you just heard of. So, that's certainly a big driver in this budget.
Just to respond to that, it's up 12.5%, but what's the population up? If you take a look at like coverage for, head count or per capita. So, we can't add 2,000 houses and not add, personnel. So.
Certainly, and
Right.
I'm not at all suggesting they're bad investments.
no, no.
I'm simply observing that that's a big driver in this budget as we think about where to go.
Exactly. I think the other thing, as they were speaking, both police and fire, was just, we had a conversation about schools and, like maybe 22 to 24% of families in town actually utilize the schools. But every person in town has the potential to utilize all of your services. So I think it's, to John's point, I think really doing an article and kind of talking about, geographically, this is what the investment looks like, and here's the impact to everybody, is a good message to drive.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody need a break here? You do? Okay. Take a quick break.
with me.
We're coming on. All right.
That's right. Muscle.
We're back after public safety and moving into planning and code enforcement. Before that, though, Norm has a quick comment on one of the last questions about population.
Right, the question regarding the town population, the last 3 years, our population has increased approximately 2% each of those years. Over the last 10 years, the totality of that increase has been 24%. So 10 years, quite significant.
Thank you.
No.
Okay, so we're jumping off into planning.
Good morning. Before we get started, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce Erin Moriarty. She is our new Deputy Planning Director. This is her 3rd week. That's right. Last night we had planning board. It was her first planning board, and last week we had our first Board of Appeals meeting. So she's jumping in quick, and we're really excited to have her. Her position, we'll get started with the first slide and then I'll go into a little bit. Our department is fairly small. It's 7 full-time people and 1 part-time position. It's myself and then the Deputy Planning Director. This was formerly the zoning administrator position. So when Brian Longstaff retired, we actually went out to fill that position, but struggled to find that sort of code enforcement and zoning knowledge base. And so reorganized a little bit internally. I took on some of the duties, passed on some of the things to code enforcement, and then created this position. So where he did Board of Appeals, that now falls on this role. We also have our 2 code enforcement officers that work closely with Deputy Chief Brennan, and then all of our own inspections and permit review. And we have a part-time plans reviewer. I have 2 administrative staff, and then I have 1 planner. This is our budget. This is the norm slide, and everything stays flat above the blue line, and the blue line is personnel costs. And I think that's pretty status quo for everyone. The next one, we get into just the update, just to give you where we were. In 2025, we got some CIP money for the Complete Streets Guidance Book, and that was a partnership with Angela's group and GPCOG, and we're wrapping that up right now. Last year, got approval for in the CIP for a Trails and Sidewalk Master Plan. I have not yet started that. Or we just haven't had time or staffing constraints. I have legitimate staffing constraints. With Brian's retirement, he retired it before Christmas, having just gotten that position filled. Also had last year, I was at a position where I wanted to ask for staff, but I wasn't quite prepared to know what to ask for with his impending retirement. And I had a relatively new development review planner on board. But at this point, if you go to the next one, you can see that, well, this one is a different slide, but this is really our revenue, pretty flat. But our operational increases, I've cut a lot of our things, but it's all about personnel and health cost, really. I've done the best I could with just decreasing little, office supplies here and training here, but we're pretty slim margins for our department. Our revenue does cover about 80% of our operating costs, though. And we are in the budget for this year. If you go to the next slide, there is a request for taking our part-time code enforcement officer to a full-time code enforcement officer. And that's included in our percentage that was shown. So that position would enable us to continue on changing the way Brian, the zoning administrator position, he had a little bit of code enforcement. He had code enforcement oversight, but some of the inspections to fill in. And so recategorizing that and reworking it, being able to put our part-time person, we have a person that does plans review now, but bringing them in would be ideal. Then we'd have 3 full code enforcement officers, with one of those being sort of that lead, but they would all report to me. That would enable us to do, we need that position to be able to do enforcement, violations, short-term rental inspections, all the normal things that we do, especially with growth that we have in the department. The department has not grown in, I would say, 30 years. We had at one point 3 full-time code enforcement officers. And I believe over COVID, that dropped down to that part-time, and that's where it's been. The planning department, there's always been 2 for at least 30 years. And I think, yeah, we're overdue. And so that's it's a struggle because every year, you know, when you all go into council goal setting and you come up with these fantastic ideas and we have all these plans, vulnerability assessment, open space master plan, transportation plan, LDA, the state likes to do it too. They all touch our department. And by our department, I mean me. And so I really am asking for a long range planner. It's not in the budget document, but it is in the additional request to consider. And so
Just
that
pay
is,
attention to a tab 6, exhibit 1 shows the part-time conversion to full-time that
Mhm.
Autumn mentioned, but it also speaks to in exhibit 2, page 131, to this additional long-range planner position.
and it's on the next slide. But it's, well, this is our CIP ask. I really probably should have looked at my slideshow better. The person who does the slideshows all the time didn't really look at the slideshow very detailed. Yeah, so the long range planner position would be an extra 119,000. That's fully within benefits and whatnot. This opportunity is for further investment. If you go back to the capital improvement plan, if I offer this up, if I don't get the additional person, I don't need to have this in our CIP plan. I won't be able to do it. I'm already behind with the trails and sidewalk master plan and the other things that need to happen. So that's really my spill. We're pretty flat. We do a pretty good job with everything we have. We pay for 80% of our department. We get things done. There's definitely more opportunity for us to get more things done, for sure. I could probably add 4 people. I could add code enforcement. I could add another development review planner. I could add another long range planner, and we could be really getting things done. At this point, it's pretty minimal request.
Just to speak to Autumn's history of the department funding, she is correct. There was, I think it was only in the budget for 1 year, but we did move to 3 code enforcement officers in addition to a zoning administrator back in 2018 or 19. We had challenges finding good candidates for it. And then when COVID came about, we were able to find someone who worked on who's kind of quasi-retired, just did the in-office plans review on a part-time basis, worked really well. So we ended up pulling the funding back for that full-time position. So we actually never filled it. Again, there certainly was a need. COVID gave us a bump, but she's otherwise absolutely correct. The department hasn't grown, but for that 1 or 2 year period, I think she's probably right, in decades. Despite all the planning and development that's going on in town.
Yeah.
Which is really remarkable. Yep.
Any council questions? Sure.
Great, thank you. I know how hard you work and you guys were up late last night. When you receive a plan or application from a developer, what is your required response time? Is there a statute that says I have to respond and?
No, so we have a development review process and we have deadlines. If they are submitting for our planning board, we have a 10 business day review. We have a couple of days to review it and make sure it's complete. And then we have 10 business day review to provide comments. And when I got here, we were going straight to planning board with those. So we slowed that down a little bit. I think you all may remember, we used to have planning board every 3 weeks, and that cycle was a vicious cycle that you couldn't really get things through.
Block that out.
So we slowed that down and we do a full month DRC review. So it's 10 business days, and we send them comments on, we have an internal review on Monday. We send them comments on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. If there's a lot of comments to go over, we have a meeting with the applicants. If it's a little bit subjective, but not really. If there's 4 or 5 comments and we feel they can be resolved and it's not going to change the design of the plan or the application, we'll take them to planning board. And then we'll have recommendations for conditions of approval. If there's a lot of comments, if their stormwater needs to be redesigned and the traffic analysis is not complete, we'll put them through, we will not put them on planning board, and they will go back and they will resubmit. So we do have that. It makes our planning board meetings a little bit smoother, I think. We're not negotiating a lot of really weedy details at planning board too often. Sometimes we still do. Last night was a good, example of
When I
that.
tuned in, I saw you were in the weeds at moments.
We were in the weeds, specifically because of traffic calming and other needs. And sometimes we can't get where we need to get with staff, and so we have to force the planning board's hand in the applicants. But we don't have a requirement necessarily to get them through, but we do put them through, I think, relatively efficiently.
Yeah, and I guess I will not begin to understand what it's like to manage a department, but we have residents who are saying slow down growth. So when we have department that's maybe, I think, or personally focusing on growth and not enforcing ordinances, is there a way to maybe shift that away? And I mean, I know your meeting was really late last night also, so like, are we kind of stalking our once a month meetings because we're responding to every application within a certain time frame? Kind of just more of a statement. And I just, because again, I think if I don't know how your percentage of your time is, but if it's on development and growth and not, dealing with what we already have here, I think residents so I think what I brought up with the police department was in the town survey was that we're at 50% with ordinance enforcement. And I think that falls on a couple different departments. I have consistently, since being elected, since joining, volunteering, I want more enforcement. I also, I think I want Scarborough to look nicer. I think, there's certain areas where we're dragging our feet maybe, or it appears like we're dragging our feet on enforcement. And I think there's some frustration with residents just about the lack of enforcement, or maybe the not understanding why we're not enforcing things.
I think I would back up and say that we're not focused on growth, but I'm focused on doing my job. And so part of my job are development applications through planning board. It's residents can request through Board of Appeals. It's also 15 to 20 calls a day that say, what can I do with my lot? Can I subdivide it? This is my retirement plan. What can I do? I'm in the shoreline. Can I cut down trees? What can I do? We do not have a property maintenance code. And so our code enforcement, our history of code enforcement has, I would say, very, it's not a proactive code enforcement. It is reactive to complaints. And we try to work with neighbors. I have one that we had to actually take to court. It's a subdivision. We have a performance guarantee. And so that's not a code enforcement violation anybody sees, but the amount of time just to get to the developer to do what was required for their subdivision takes time and money. We have some other active ones that are problems that have been in existence probably for 40 years. And so to clean those up overnight, I can tell you in Texas, I had a division of 4 dedicated real code enforcement officers, not building inspector code enforcement officers, and have done proactive, in your face cleanup things. I don't think Maine is that place.
Well,
And so that's always what I struggle with, being the complaint driven and only having 2 code enforcement officers and a part-time person that are fully, if that is the direction we want to go, I need to ask for additional staff and a different sort of staff.
I think for me,
And some new.
Great. For me, I work in Falmouth, you go through Yarmouth, you go through Cumberland, you're not seeing it. You drive into their town, you're not seeing some of the stuff that we're seeing. And I think that's just, it's a decision that we make as a town. You just said that. We've made a decision that we want to be a growth town and we're going to focus on growth, and we're going to.
I don't think that's fair that we're a growth town and we're focusing on
That's the
growth. I
appearance we're given.
think we're in the exact right spot in Maine for growth. And that's just, we have a rate of growth ordinance. Everybody in Maine doesn't have we are limiting growth in that way. We have some of the highest impact fees, if not the highest impact fees in the state. The amounts of impact fees that we charged last night for these developers they're a little bit painful, to be quite honest. So I would say we are not out there asking for growth.
Compared to our neighbors, where I feel like our neighbors are not experienced the rapid growth, and they somehow have managed their ordinances and how they've set up their municipalities, that they're not having this rapid growth where we are. And so I think, I look at our neighbors and I'm like, they can keep their main roads clean, and they don't have you know, this meant this much growth.
So that's public works. Like I don't clean roads and I
I'm sorry,
think
I mean, like the proper, so like I think
Yeah.
about Payne Road, I'm gonna
Yeah.
always complain about it.
that isn't,
Because that is an entrance.
I've driven down it twice this week and I'm like, what is happening with this problem?
Yeah.
I know, I totally see
And
it.
so I think that one, that bugs me, just because I'm like, you know, this is how I drive, this is how anyone drives to Pine Point, they're going by it, and I think that that's something. You know, I personally would love to shift towards being more proactive, cleaning up Scarborough, making it, I think, as nice as it can be.
Sure.
I don't know if I really have any other questions. You want a long-range planner, and I know because we need to do a comprehensive plan. Is that part of it?
The long range planner would be over really all those special projects and manage those area plans that have been in CIP for a few years and we keep pushing out. And they would work on if we need to do any updates to the comp plan. They'd also help me with 1829 and 1273. So one other thing about our department that I didn't mention, we staff the long range planning committee, we staff planning board, and we staff board of appeals. I also sit in on conservation commission, transportation commission, and I come to council meetings. So we're everywhere. We really need to also be at the housing meetings, ideally. That's a place we probably need to go to. So the long range planner would help take some of that and manage some of those projects. So that's one of the requests for that. They would focus on ordinance amendments. We're working with Jamie and Angela for low impact development. So I'm not the area of expertise, but I can help with the formatting and get it through the different committees. So I kind of touch a lot of those things too. So it'd be nice to have someone else to be able to do some of that.
I definitely think Dunstan needs a master plan. I'm curious, just, I know we've talked about a building moratorium, and if we were doing that, I mean, I'm thinking we would still, we would still want that, even if we put a pause on building, right? Because that takes a while to do.
The master
The
plan?
master plan.
Yes. And really, the whole idea of the master plan approach is to take these areas. A few years ago, when I got here, we consolidated our commercial design standards and created what I call as sort of a baseline, but with the understanding that we wanted to make some of our areas more unique and special. And so these master plans would take that into account. So Oak Hill, for a great example, might be an area where we do this master plan and we come up with, we incorporate the complete streets, we come up with the look for beautification. I'm all about beautification. I would like tree lined medians everywhere. But we come up with a real approach that designates those areas, and then we add some additional architectural standards. So when things do get redeveloped, there is a theme and a style, so to speak. Scarborough's really lacking that. We are lacking that sort of cohesive identity. And it was apparent during those conversations with Dunstan, with the Marshview restaurant, there was a lot of, oh, this is not going to match Dunstan. Well, what is Dunstan really? And so it's a hodgepodge of things. And it definitely has some potential. So these master plans would take into considerations, like maybe there are new roadway designs that need to happen for access points, and there's signage that needs to be removed. And it's a whole all encompassing thing. So it's not just about what goes in there. It's more about how it all functions and how it appears. That's a long-term approach. That's a long-range planner person.
Sometimes I feel like I live in a different town than Counselor Shoup, and maybe I'm just more glasses half full because when I drive around town, all I see is amazingness, and so
Yeah.
I appreciate the work that's done. Yeah. So just to, counter that a little bit, like I do think, like, it's interesting to hear you say how we're reactive and complaint driven. I guess I've never really thought of it that way, and I guess it makes sense if that's the model the town has chosen to work through, but maybe perhaps in the future there is a more proactive stance. I don't think this is probably the year to do that, but I also appreciate the philosophy of how the town tries to work with compliance as opposed to fining. And so I'm generally okay with the approach that we're taking at this point. I would say I really want you to have the long range planner because personally, we've done so many studies that I want to get to implementation. And I think the gap for implementation is staff capacity. And if we don't do that, all of the things that I think these plans are meant to do, which really will slow growth as they're implemented, like we just can't get to. And I think if we really want to slow growth, I think I see this position not directly tied to that, but to make sure that all of these policies that we're trying to put into place can be actually done. And so I'm supportive of it, so long as we can find ways within the operating budget to still get close to our goal. So I'm not saying that, like, I would love to see this at least on the list of things that we don't lose sight of as we go through the process of looking at all the different investments, to see if we can make it fit and still get to our goal, which might, Tom, either push you to go from the 1.65 to 1.75 maybe, in terms of finding, I don't know if that was the number, like the savings that we're looking for. 1.4. Just to like make that concerted effort to see if we can find the funds within the operating budget to try and fund this and still hit our goal. And if not, I still might support it anyways.
Thanks.
I'm just gonna jump on that quick because I agree with John on that from the things I've seen for additional asks. Frankly, I thought you were bringing this as part of your budget request, so I kind of appreciate that you're even saying that, you know, maybe we could do without it. Well, that's not really what you're saying, but, so I agree with John that if that, so far as we've gone through this process, if there's something that I've seen that would be I'd probably push it to a must-have rather than a want-to-have. And but it does need to fit within the budget constraints we're putting on there. But I have always appreciated all the work your department does, and particularly have been relatively new, but almost shocked at the amount of time that you put in outside of the business day. So thank you, and I would be supportive of that. Liam, I have a quick question. Through these proposals, I've seen a fairly wide range on the estimate for health insurance increases, anywhere from 11 to 16%. And I'm kind of curious if I'm assuming everybody's on the same plan.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those outliers in terms of why you're seeing larger is also factoring in changes to what people are enrolled in. So one of the things I thought we might talk about later on this morning, if we have time, is, you know, if you have someone who goes from a single plan at 12,000 a year to a family plan because they got married, that's a $12,000 increase. And so one thing we're trying to account for year over year is these people who, you know, we're just speaking about the police department, and we had a lot of officers who they're young enough when they joined, they're still on their parents' policy, and all of a sudden they're not. And so not only have they gone from taking a $1,500 buyout, now they're costing us $24,000 a year because they got married in a few years since retired.
That's great. I appreciate it. The existing part-time code enforcement person, and you're saying to increase that to full-time, would that be the same person?
Ideally, if they accept, that's who I would want to bring on, yes.
And I think that's all I have. Sorry to jump on you there, Michelle.
Yeah, I have to say, in looking at every request that's been made, I feel like I should personally fund your position because I've probably used more of your time than anybody's in the last 4 months just trying to get up to speed on everything. So I'll donate. My overall question is, when you take a look at LD 1829, the fix-it bill, and where that's, I think, going to land, what does that add to the scope of what you're already trying to manage?
It adds quite a bit. Bringing Erin on, my hopes with her role is to turn her loose with planning board, and I can just be there for the really hard conversations. And then I can help more on the code enforcement with the enforcement management. And I have a no button. I'm probably better, to your point, at no than sometimes. But 1829 is going to take up a lot of time. So we already have, I'm the whiteboard queen, so we already have whiteboard notes and ideas, and I have a list of things we're going to have to change. We're going to have to do a lot of public outreach because I have some concerns about how many HOA residents are going to come in and want to do things. And I don't enforce HOAs. And I have a real recent one right now who is just, for lack of a better word, livid with the planning department for not enforcing their HOA documents. And so I want to get ahead of that. So I'm trying to figure that out. So I think there's going to be a lot of public outreach. There's going to be some community meetings. there's gonna be a whole lot of new brochures about what can I do with my property and
Yeah.
how do I build 4 homes on my
Right.
5,000 square foot lot. You know, like your neighborhood is a great example. You have an HOA, you have limitations, but in theory, you could probably build another house on your lot next year. And so somebody's gonna call me and ask me, and I'm gonna say, yeah, you meet the zoning requirements, but double check with your HOA. And then if you were to submit a building permit, we're gonna say, we can give you the building permit, but proceed at your own risk because your HOA can technically take you to court over this. And so I fear there's gonna be a lot of that and a lot of
So the
myths.
HOA supersedes the town ordinance?
No.
Or-
No, not necessarily, but it depends on who enforces it. So the town only enforces
Yeah.
zoning ordinance, but the law actually is set up so if there's harder things
Mhm.
like HOA documents, they would supersede, but somebody has to enforce that. That's not us. Is that?
That we're not a party to the HOA documents, so we can't enforce them. And the real life example is happening as we speak. Application for a building permit came in, meets all of our requirements. We're legally really obligated to issue that permit. Yet it doesn't comply with HOA responsibilities.
So there's gonna be a lot to it that's even more than we necessarily think about. There's gonna just be a lot of things, I think, because we do get so many calls and requests about what can we do and how can we get access. We have private way rules that are gonna have to be really considered. Right now, we have private way standards that you can do up to 6 lots per per each private way, and then you have to build it up to public standards. So we really need to take a look at those things as well.
Well, it sounds like we need to do a Herculean communication when this actually comes into fruition. And just, maybe a top 10, like, did you know? And just, I mean, we're on the communication committee, but I'm just thinking that people ask me all the time, I'll be, when I'm grocery shopping, and I'm like, I don't know, call you, or I'll get back to you. But I mean, there's just so many one-offs and so many sort of unique asks that come with that. So I think that we can work certainly with Tom and Liam, but just to say, like, how do we kind of get ahead of this and help you and communicate sort of like the 80% of what you're probably going to get approached with.
Right.
So.
Yeah, and we're in good spot with long range planning committee. We've been working on a project even before this came up. So that puts us in a good spot to know what we have and where we can consolidate. And so that's positive. Like all of those land use tables, that's part of that process. So we're in a good spot. At least we're not starting from scratch. But yeah, it'll be interesting.
Well, I think the other piece of that is, a couple of people mentioned John and Karen slowing growth. And I think, we sort of had a lot of momentum there. And then I think, 1829 came, and I think people are kind of waiting to see where that lands. And then how do those two pieces sort of, complement each other or conflict with each other or whatever. So I think there's some real questions about, so given that, what does growth mean? Like, where are we?
And we've got that coming as a workshop topic in
June.
June.
Third.
But I also, to comment on Karen's mention on a moratorium, I do think that's in our toolkit, and particularly around getting some of the plans in place, that we kind of hold things off. So I don't know what that would look like and all, but I would definitely want that still being part of the conversation as that law gets passed and we figure out what the impacts are. Anybody else? Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Yeah. Don't leave. No, not going anywhere.
Just as we transition, I just want to use the opportunity, the long-range planner position is emblematic of it. These are positions that I fully support and I would love you to consider funding, but given the circumstance, these are the such decisions I've made before you see the budget. I do give it time and space here. I do encourage staff to bring it up and to make you aware of the need. So I just want to be clear that that's some of the work that I have to do to get this somewhat right-sized, and we got a lot more work to do, it seems.
Right, and I don't mean for us to raise your total just be forced to try to work with that, but I do think that ahead of time, we've kind of thought that position was coming through, and I do absolutely understand that that's a perfect example of the tough decisions, you know, in that it may have to fall. And, but it's, those are the kind of, I think that's the impacts of these decisions that we're looking for. John mentioned yesterday about making sure as we're considering those choices that we truly know as much as possible, we can know the negative impacts that come from it.
Yeah, and setting our expectations that we can't get all that stuff done. Because I think that's the piece is like, I think we're all like, at least Karen and I, maybe because we've been around long enough where we're like, when are we going to start doing things? And it seems like staffing is the capacity constraint.
Mhm.
And here comes Angela to tell us more about that.
All kinds of stuff. So good morning. I asked Jeannie Fitch, which I believe most of you know already. I'm sure you see her a lot at council also. Asked her to join me and talk through the engineering budget. So we are a group of 5 full-time employees, but 3 divisions is kind of how we group it. Engineering, sustainability, and GIS are pretty distinct individual kind of groups or tasks, even though, you know, they're very limited in size. We cover a lot. I tend to see us mostly in between the planning department and public works. We are that transition when you're taking, as we talked about with Autumn, some of those long range kind of planning documents and how that then becomes implementable. That is kind of our department and how we function. So we work very closely with the planning department to try to make sure we have that background in order to transition, and then work very closely with Public Works to start that implementation. So in addition, we do our staff, our liaisons. I was also I go to planning board meetings. We staff conservation commission, sustainability committee, transportation committee, as well as a lot of the ad hocs committees that come out of these long range planning initiatives or engineering. The vulnerability assessment, for an example, was really Jamie's baby, and kind of shepherd that through, and Autumn and I were there to support in a technical and a facilitating kind of planning way. So I just want to make sure there is some gray lines on both ends, a little gray line on where planning and engineering begins and ends, as well as public works. You'll see some capital construction projects in engineering, some in public works. We kind of also see a little gray area on that end. So we pretty much kind of can divide and conquer and kind of split those kind of tasks throughout. I also wanted to mention, because sometimes I think GIS gets a little lost in there, that it is really an integral part of many departments also. So we support and staff that data and the tool itself, and visualizing kind of our town assets, which many departments use on a daily basis. And that's like police, fire, public works, assessing, code, planning, engineering, and even our MS4 compliance. And so when we get a little glitch and that goes down, we get a lot of calls. Like just going down for 5 minutes, it's really an integral part in a lot of departments and how we manage what everyone's doing kind of on a daily basis, really having that key information at hand. The norm slide. We are mostly personnel costs, as you've heard before. We did increase, we added a position last year. Thanks council for that. We were in a position where you heard kind of Autumn was last year. We were just getting buried with trying to catch up with our CIPs. I had a backlog of, we still haven't started these lists. I just don't have staff. We don't have capacity. Council authorized us to add our project manager, which we did just hire a young engineer. He's working out well, jumping in and trying to take some of that load off, which is very helpful. At the same time, we have some transition. My engineering tech is actually leaving, so we're trying to fill that position. And so I'll be happy and anxious to have all my staff So we just went through maternity leave also, so I'm like, it'd be good to be whole again and kind of just keep moving. You will see, it jumps out a little bit as the orange. Last year, council wanted to kickstart the sustainability fund. That was $25,000 just as seed money. So that was in the FY 26 budget. It is not in our 27 budget. So that is something also that was an error on my part when we put it in this 27. So that will be coming off in the red line that Norm is tracking. 25,000 will be coming out of the engineering budget because it just got carried forward and it's not intended to. So update on 26 budget. We are at the final stages of the East Grand Ave Complete Streets design. And you saw that for construction funds in the Public Works budget. So that is that transition. And we also had funded some GIS updates really around stormwater compliance and getting our MS4 compliance. That has been completed. We did have 2 grants that are under engineering or in our CIP lines. And that was Lower Payne Road. That was a large regional grant that we applied as many partners through GPCOG to get some funding to look at the culverts on Payne Road, because those came up as a high priority for our vulnerability assessment. However, we were not successful. So essentially that 50,000 in the FY 26 budget is available or back. It's not going to be spent, as well as Sawyer Street, which everyone's pretty familiar with, did not move forward. And Cape Elizabeth did pay any costs that we incurred. So that's multiple years. I think we did it over 3 years and it added up to 185,000. So that is also not going to be spent out of the engineering CIPs. So really just the difference, the major changes is personnel cost. And the other item is wet weather monitoring, and that's part of our MS4 program. It is been talked about. It's our current permit for MS4. We do dry weather outfall inspections. So we go out and making sure that we don't have mix of like sewer or other contaminants in our outfalls that are discharging. With the new permit, the current permit, we're looking ahead. They want us to do it during wet weather, which has a lot of parameters around it. So a certain time period when it rains, samplings have to be collected, they have to be tested. And so there's a whole host of documents that we need to prepare for our procedures, our protocols, when we're going out, how we test, how we document that testing. So after talking with Tom a little bit, there's going to be a big jump, and that comes with our next permit. And this was trying to prep for that. And so thinking that maybe adding this 25,000 to get some consulting help to try to get that kind of set up for success, to start it here as kind of the prep work before I'm going to guess either FY 28 or 29, there will probably be a significant increase, because we would have to hire somebody going out to at any hour or weekends to collect rain events and do testing. So we're still trying to get our head around what that might entail. So it's really about prep. I will say we're currently going to be entering our final year of our permit, which says we have this information in place so that when we are negotiating with our next federal permit with the DEP and EPA, that we will be implementing this plan. I will say in the past processes, when we go through permit negotiation, that gets stretched. So there's also like, could this slide? It probably could. And so, because that's been the track record to date, it takes probably 2 years for DEP and the municipalities to really come to an understanding. I wouldn't say agreement. We get to a point where this is our permit. And so that is something I guess I would throw out there that has possibility to slide if we want to slide it out a year Just knowing that that is gonna ramp up though also, so it might be a bigger jump. And then in 27 budget, just overview, it's really the cost drivers is mostly personnel. There's little tweaks on our licensing and software. And like I said, that wet weather in there. And I mentioned before the sustainability fund, that was just a new investment for 26. And also from that is any surplus revenues from electrical permits from Autumn's office gets put into that. I think this year it doesn't look like a whole lot's going in there. So it was good to have some seed money. Maybe she's getting too good at actually identifying the revenue. So there's no surplus, but, and then the upcoming and ongoing initiatives currently, there are, the first two are actually part of our MS4 compliance is, we're developing or trying to implement, a low impact development ordinance that really is driven by the MS4 permit. We have very kind of strict criteria that we need to hit. And we're working with Conservation Commission. We started talking about that. And then just with other municipalities in our regional groups, trying to kind of figure out how we move forward with that. And then our Red Brick Watershed Management Plan update that was funded in FY25. I'm happy to say that we're able to start that with our new staff in place. Also to kind of lighten that load so we can catch up a little bit. That Red Brick Watershed Plan was done in 2011. We kind of did the items we could out of that, and it was really outdated. There's a lot of things that have changed since 2011. So it's really about seeing what we need to do to clean up that watershed. I can see with the ordinance changes we're looking at for the low impact development, I see that maybe broadening a little, that we might try to take that opportunity to look at other environmental standards, and our urban impaired streams watersheds are one that Jamie and I have talked about a lot that we really would like to focus on and kind of ratchet down, because the DEP standard, there's a lot of loopholes and there's a lot of things happening that probably shouldn't be happening in our impaired waterways. And so for us to kind of tighten that up a little, this might be our opportunity. It's like kind of a holistic approach. And the last one being a climate action plan, which again, with the completion of the vulnerability assessment, Jamie was able to take on kind of kicking that off. Again, it's a little delayed, but it was really about trying to get that vulnerability assessment done and then moving on to the climate action plan. And then the CIPs. So this is where it's a little bit of a mix. We have, and this dates back to the 24 storm events. We had a lot of sand and dune loss up in front of Herd Park and Oak Street are the two right-of-ways that we own. Working with FEMA and trying to get some dune restoration work through that. This would be our match for any FEMA funds that we do. We're looking at like beach scraping up through there, was really just kind of putting some sand back in place to protect the infrastructure, the public infrastructure. I have on here again, the Route 1 water quality median, which council did fund a previous CIP for this item. This is, but because of the nature of it being in the middle of Route 1, the funds were not sufficient. So I'm asking for a supplemental to finish that project. That is what those large, I think the one we're focused on is about 14 feet wide of that awful green pavement in the middle of Route 1 that has a lot of weeds growing through it, things like that. This is a water quality project though. So the runoff from the road actually is already directed to the center. And so we're able to collect that efficiently, but then put it through a median filter and filter out that water, because that does go directly into Millbrook and then into the marsh. It has that immediate connection, and the contaminants, including chlorides and other things and pollutants. At the same time, it would be a beautification. So you're able to do and treat the stormwater while adding plantings and some borders and things like that to actually make that look attractive. My goal is that I think it will make a huge difference in the Route 1 corridor. We're starting with one island. It's a large one, but I think it would be impactful for us to kind of look at, is this a good direction to go, and see that impact and say, I would hope that we would kind of continue and do like one at a time and can piece that together. And I hear a lot through the Transportation Committee or others when we talk about traffic, is why can't we look like Route 1 Falmouth that looks beautiful? We can, we just need to take steps. And I know we can't do it all at once. Falmouth did it all at once, and it was a huge undertaking. I think the plan here and talking with Tom is really kind of just doing one step at a time and showing that difference, and kind of turning around the look and having some of these gateway kind of appearances that we can do one at a time and slowly kind of implement that. And it really could change the vision of the corridor, which, like I said, I think Falmouth's a good example of that. It was just adding some features in makes a big difference.
How does it impact traffic calming? Like, especially the area you're talking about where it's just that green thing that I'm assuming people might think they can drive on. And so,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think we're trying to keep the plantings low and not like full grown trees, but I would like to try to get some larger, it's working with DOT because we maintain it, but the corridor. So I think the larger trees I can get in there, it would be a traffic calming. I just am not convinced I'm going to be able to get that kind of
Even
size.
something with your grasses with
Yeah.
some elevation
Yeah.
will have a bit of
Yeah.
an effect of catching your eye. Right now, there's nothing. You're looking across the other lane of traffic.
Yeah. And then Gorham Road, we have a master plan that goes from.
Can I just say this section was chosen very intentionally. One, the condition of that island is some of the worst, frankly, just cracking and weeds growing, and it's a personal pet peeve of mine. But more importantly, Millbrook goes through this section, so not losing sight, and it's appropriate that Angela started talking about really water quality first and foremost. This beautification is a ancillary, secondary, yet important benefit of it. And again, I would echo her points that we would hope this would be kind of a demonstration project in some respects, that people actually see it and say, wow, I'd like that to kind of continue. And we've got plans to expand it in either direction.
And then for Gorham Road, we do have a master plan that shows a complete street from Oak Hill to Payne Road. And so we have been picking away at that and you'll see the results of that for phase 1 and 2, and go all the way down towards the Nonsuch River at this point. The next piece is the big nut to crack, and that's to get over the Nonsuch River. DOT has put in their 3-year work plan for this coming year to at least investigate or look at that. So it'd be a partnership. They have said that they're not ready to invest in a replacement, and I don't know how that works. So I'm trying to work with them on the design and trying to figure out how we move that forward with doing it as a complete street. So we have bike and ped facilities available rather than them just doing kind of a box or culvert replacement to what we need for that corridor as well. So.
We found for us to be successful with DOT to get construction funds, we really need to show the initial, do the design. Regardless of the complete streets or separate from the complete streets, that section of road is probably some of the worst road in town, frankly. If you travel that, it is just falling apart. And we will be doing some very modest repairs on the section up in the vicinity of Hannaford, if you will, down to, I don't think it goes as far down to St. Joe's, but that's really pothole ridden. But the section by Nonsuch Brewery is equally bad, frankly.
Yeah.
So whether we're able to do this full project as we envision remains to be seen, but at the very least, we're going to need to make some investments just to make the area passable.
And it's just on the engineering's 5-year, or actually I have for transportation a 20-year CIP lookout that we had to do for the region. I did Scarborough's projects. And so it's one of those things that we just broke it up in phases, Gorham Road, and I just will keep just like, okay, we're on the next phase, which we've had the instance where it is very impactful to do work on Gorham Road because it is the 2-lane road. So I get that people get frustrated. So I was told, take a break for a minute and then come back. So I'm just kind of keeping on path, and I completely understand it. Sometimes you just need to take, and that's why we moved over to East Grand Ave project, and then the talk was then to come back to Gorham Road. So, and same thing, I could see us then flipping over to say Payne Road and then come back to Gorham. Like we're just keep coming back just as we kind of progress that project. The last 3 I kind of grouped together. It's the Scotto Hill Road conversation we had in workshop. And in the next slide, I kind of walk through each of those. We talked about the Payne Road and Scotto Hill Road and looking at maybe a resilient design of those culverts as a holistic approach. They are very close together. This was the Payne Road culvert we were looking at was the GP-COG grant that we were unsuccessful with. And so, which council did support us looking at that design. This is an instance where we could combine the two and get a design. What it also does is what we heard at workshop or in council corner was that if we wait for a grant to look for money to help with design and construction, we're another year out because we can't spend money from a grant we don't have yet. We don't get reimbursed for money spent once we're awarded it. So this is put in as a CIP option. These are all options from that workshop and how you guys want to move forward with that project. But this option specifically allows the timeline to move up a little bit for us to design it and be prepared for if we get a grant for a culvert, it would be the construction money and we would be prepped and ready to go without, like, again, delaying a year. And so I'll jump to the bottom, the Scotto Hill Road solution. We put in there the highest cost alternative, but that also assumes that the design is already ahead of it. So this would be the resilient design being constructed only. That's where that number comes from.
The thought behind this approach would be to secure budget authority to fund kind of what has been identified as the highest local cost. And a number of things would have to go against us to find ourselves in that situation. So I would totally characterize this as kind of worst case scenario, subject to council final decisions. The grant that we had identified in the workshop is now open. We're actively preparing that application and we'll be submitting it by the deadline.
Yep, in May. Yes, and so this assumes worst case scenario, we do the most expensive design, which I will say the resilient design is what is in our vulnerability assessment as recommended or encouraged or need because of what we're seeing for modeling for flows, and that's not only coming in from the ocean, but also our increased intensity rainfall events. So we would also be coming the opposite way from inland. So I know I was asked about recommendations and I feel like there's lots of options and we can move forward with whatever council sees fit to kind of either replacement, removal, all these other things. But I will say the minimum culvert replacement, I would not recommend because I see it as maybe a 10-year fix or it's a short-term fix, but still a lot of money. So that's the only kind of opinion I have on that. Any way you guys want to go, we're here to kind of give you those options with multiple grants and grant applications going in. So
We anticipate the next discussion point would be August timeframe when we hear back on the DOT grant. That will be kind of the final piece of information for you all to make the final decision as to which direction.
And the final one that I didn't talk about is, we're calling the safety and traffic calming measures. I think that came up, and was encouraged maybe by Counselor Anderson around really looking at the detour routes, or, you know, there are some high crash locations, like at the intersection of Two Rod and Payne. We're seeing obviously the detour in traffic down Two Rod. So this is not a designed sure thing. It's kind of, again, placeholder money to be able to accommodate whatever we do on the lower end. What we do with the culvert, we can kind of adjust and do, say, traffic calming or safety improvements. And I will say, under this year's budget, I've engaged, we're doing I think it's under planning though, but I'm shepherding through the Complete Streets and Traffic Calming Guidance Manual. And I've engaged with that consultant to give me some conceptual designs for this. So I'm trying to do the work a little bit ahead of it too, so that then I can use that money more efficiently. So trying to prep a little bit around that, because even no matter which option we use on Scotto Hill Road, I think there are some issues in that general area that we need to address from a transportation and traffic safety point of view.
So the approach here is to secure budget authority to kind of keep all of the range of options open. If you choose not, you know, depending on what choice for the culvert replacement, and you could certainly choose not to do these additional traffic calming measures if you wish, but it's really imperative that we have budget authority to preserve that option. If you choose not to, we could come back to you in future years and have that authorization rescinded. We won't need to ever use it, but I think it's important to secure it, so you have your options.
I think that's all I have.
Okay, Angela, any council question?
Thank you, as always, small but mighty team.
Yes.
I guess first with Scotto Hill, I'll just say I support funding the full package, knowing that we're having a grant coming. I just think that's what we have to do. I don't really need to say much more. I think that's what we need to do, and then deal with what we get coming forward. You had briefly spoke earlier about urban impaired streams, and we're not doing a great job. And I'll say, you know, that development at the end of Broad Turn is just like upsetting me because it's right next to Phillips Brook. And so I don't know if there's, like you had said that you're doing a Red Brook study, you know, I don't know what's going on with Phillips Brook. If there's more action we should be taking like throughout the town, or do we need to focus on Phillips Brook? But like I would have loved to not allow something like that to happen, but now it did. And, you know, I feel like we know there's going to be problems.
We do have, Phillips Brook does have a watershed management plan. We've done a couple of implementation projects. It's been a little while, because we've been, quite frankly, kind of shifting more towards transportation and traffic CIPs. But that is threaded throughout my 5-year CIP. You can see kind of bouncing back and forth, Red Brook, Phillips Brook. Phillips Brook, what came out of the watershed management plan is a lot of undersized culverts. It has a lot of velocity, a lot of erosion. Also with that project in particular that you're talking about, I would say the watershed has chloride issues. So that's salt coming off of these kind of new development sites. So during the planning board process, this was an example that we used to really pick through the ordinance to have them provide more information about what salt they're putting down, how they're managing it, how they're reducing salt, how they're reducing their impervious area. So with those sites in the urban impaired stream, I try to push very hard, but the ordinance is gray. So it's like, okay, well, we did the best we can. And so putting more parameters of like, well, here's the line and you need to get over that line. And I actually, we have a new planning board member that actually brought that up last night.
Yep.
And I was picking his brain about that too, because I would love to have some ideas around how we can really quantify that in the ordinance, and how, you know, just the generality of, well, we want you to reduce salt on your site because you're right next to Phillips Brook. I mean, anyone can write a document that says they're reducing salt. So it's really about how do you take that to the next level? So those are the kind of things that we're looking at and working. That's what we work with Autumn about, looking at ordinance changes. And I'm hoping some of those conversations come out as we doing the holistic approach about new developments with a low impact development also. I know it's kind of removed, but I think it's an opportunity to kind of look at all of it at
Right.
once. Yeah.
I realize it's not so much a budget issue, I
Let's-
guess, but I do think I think I would love for that to be a priority.
Mhm.
So I have any questions.
Michelle?
I just wondered if you could give me some insight into what you mean by low impact development.
So there is, EPA has provided some criteria around that, but it's things like, I think I will start with, I think one of the questions you asked earlier with Autumn is like, what happens when someone submits an application and we sit down and saying, I think the first thing is, does this actually fit the site? I mean, there's a lot that happens in Scarborough that I have this lot and I'm gonna use every square inch of it. So low impact development is really looking at the land first. And I feel like the work we did with the wetland setback ordinance was really a great start in that conversation with developers, because they come in and say, oh, I'm gonna put this huge box on this lot. And we come in and say, well, first you look at the lot. So let's look at your wetlands, let's look at your setbacks, and then what you can actually fit on it. So I think the principle about low impact development is looking at your natural resources, the actual terrain. So you're not just like, there was many examples, like Karen has pointed out, that people are just coming in and like filling because they have a lot and they're adding a lot of fill. It's really looking at like natural terrain. You're keeping the natural drainage patterns. You're doing those type of things, as well as reducing kind of, say, the cutting on the lots, or reducing the disturbed soils, because there's some that help filter that stormwater out, reducing the impervious area on the site. One of the things came up earlier about private ways. They're talking about reducing the length of a private way, so people aren't just continuing kind of just moving out, that you'd have to make it a public and connect it through, those type of things. So I think it's just a different way for developers coming in to look at it and say, the site constraints matter, which is a new concept. It really is. Because realistically, we have seen that many times. I have an acre lot and I'm just gonna put a big box in a big parking lot. And then you get a survey. Right? And it's amazing, but that's kind of, it's kind of changed the narrative and how we look at development.
Thank you. I live on the marsh, so
Yep.
when you're talking about setbacks, I know that when we increased them, there were developers that weren't happy about that,
Mhm.
obviously. But don't we have the power to decide like what the highest standard should be if we're really trying to protect like the trails and the marsh and the ocean? And so I applaud what you're doing. And I think that we should continue in that direction so that we're saying, you know, it's best for the environment, it's best for, you know, traffic flow, it's best for everything, as opposed to having developers, you know, basically say, I can put 12 units here, and we're saying, no, you can actually only put 6 units here.
Right.
So.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, I just had a couple very quick ones on the weather monitoring.
Yeah.
Is that you were describing as far as MS4 goes, like that could take a couple of years. Is there any impact if our current agreement lags in that process? Meaning, do we need to have that 2-year period done before the current agreement expires, or?
So our permit is a 5-year permit. We're in permit year 4. So this fiscal year coming up will be our final permit year, and then we start negotiating the new permit. So this final year, our permit requirement is to have a documented plan. Here's how we're going to do wet weather monitoring, so that on day 1 of the new
Okay.
permit, we start. And so that's where I was looking at. It seems, I think in the grand scheme of things, it's minimal in like the bigger program that we're going to have to do. That was us maybe getting consultant help, trying to figure out what the plan is. But like I said, that could slide depending on DEP and EPA and how negotiations kind of work with the new permit. As an example, I think last permit, did we go 8 years? A 5-year permit with 8 years, because it took us 3 years to
Okay,
negotiate.
so
it.
they just extended it as.
Yeah, they just kept extending. We kept repeating year 5. Yeah.
Groundhog Day. And then for the Route One, beautification.
Yeah.
That and all, that first island, that you're talking about doing and that you didn't have enough funds originally, so you need these done. Is any of that upfront design or cost or anything that would carry to the future phases? Meaning that, or would we?
It could, we'd have to go back out to bid. So we had, our engineer's estimate and that's what it was based on. I think traffic calming in the middle of Route 1 is
Traffic control.
traffic control,
For
sorry,
construction.
sorry, yes, traffic control is a huge number that is hard to estimate. And so that came in very high. But it's not something I can cut from the project. And it's also something that I can't have Public Works out in the middle of Route 1 for a month trying to do
Right.
the project. So I really need a larger company to come in and out quickly, which, like I said, means a lot of traffic.
Yeah, I was just kind of hoping that some of the upfront work for the first one.
The design is complete, it's all done, and the specs are all done. So there are some there is probably a little bit, and if there is any savings, yes, we would go back, Norm Trex at what we haven't spent, and then, or it can move on. We did that with Gorham Road, it moved on to the next phase when we had surplus from one of the phases. Or actually a couple, we just kept rolling it down, Gorham Road with the construction funds. So yes,
Okay.
that could happen depending on what council would like.
And then, my last thing was about Scotto Hill as well, and when I first saw this, I was kind of against the full 3.7 million as the placeholder, because I don't think it's at all clear that if we don't get that grant, that we would move ahead and pay for it all ourselves. So I came in feeling like, well, maybe the placeholder should be 700,000. Because if we get the grant, we're not going to incur the 3 million. But I appreciate Tom's mention on kind of having the worst case in there. I do think that might warrant some public communication, because that's people are very tuned into that whole project. And so as they see the 3.7, I don't want to have people feel like that's a done deal. We've left those decisions open. And so just because the funding is in there, that people assume we've already made the decision to do the sustainable culvert. So.
I do know I have time set up with Allison to do a budget video on that. So we'll be doing that for Scotto Hill and East Grand Ave.
Okay, and thanks to both of you too. You're also frequent flyers at our meetings in the off hours. So we certainly appreciate all your time. Thank you. Yes, what?
Doing really good on time.
Yeah, I was a little worried actually for these next three, but I think we're already familiar with a lot of what you're doing.
Yep.
Yeah, well, welcome to.
Why does everybody sit so close to the floor?
I don't.
Yes, I'm happy today. Do we want to wait for them?
I teased Norman saying, I think he paid everybody to mention him at least once in their presentation. He's getting royalties.
All right, here we go. Thank you for the time today. Yeah, jump right in there. When we talk about the finance department, when I report to you on a quarterly basis, finance includes accounting, revenue, collections, which includes the cashier window. It also includes assessing, but that's financial reporting. Diane's over my left shoulder. She'll talk about assessing after me. So I'm here to talk to you about accounting and revenue and collections. The three of us, the three groups, were 13 positions at 12 and a half full-time equivalents. I have a part-time cashier. The accounting function includes myself, a deputy finance director, and a senior accountant. In the revenue collections division, we have a tax collector, 4 full-time finance clerks, and 1 part-time. And then Diane will tell you later on that she has herself a deputy coordinator and assistant. I will lead with the hot stuff. I am requesting an upgrade this year in that part-time position. I want to make that a full-time. All of my positions are non-bargaining, and similar to other groups that you have heard from, we are heavily personnel weighted. We are 90% of our budget is personnel. Next. Somebody did a fantastic job on this slide. And this is just a pictorial of what I told you, the 90%. And the kind of the outlier there in 25, we had a unemployment cost. It's unemployment insurance bill from the state, which those are experience driven. They show up. You don't anticipate them. So we had a little a bill there in 25 that we absorbed in accounting. It most likely related to several divisions within the town, but we absorbed it in our budget. So the orange in the contracted services piece of that graph, that is almost entirely the accounting, the audit bill. We are, this year will be the 5th year of the contract with our auditors. We've already signed an extension to that agreement for another 5 years. And those agreements, the last year is about a 3% increase over the previous year's bill. And then the 5 years going forward have annual escalators of 3%. So I think we've got a good value baked into our audit contract. So Norm's happy. We can move on.
Can I just quickly, I know this was mentioned, or I think it's been mentioned a few times during various reports, but not only finding an auditor, but a competent one is increasingly challenging us in this line of work. And so, again, kudos to Norm. I think he was the one who lined up this auditor when he came on board, or certainly maintained a positive relationship, because there are other communities that are years behind their audits. And so I think it is really imperative that if we have a relationship, we keep it, because people aren't flooding into this market to fill the gaps that are forming. So
Liam thankfully brought up a very nightmarish time for finance in the town. When I came on board, that was the first year with the auditor, and we were behind. You all recall that we were behind. So my first 12 months with the town, we did 2 audits. And so we quickly established a very good relationship with our auditor, and I'm thankful we've got it secured for another 5 years. So just a quick update on my budget. I expect we'll be about 40,000 under budget when we end fiscal year, so we're holding the line on costs and we're pleased to report that. On the next slide, we will, as I had mentioned, by requesting the upgrade to that half-time to the full-time, that increases my budget ask 13.5% over last year. Without that request, our base budget would have only been a 3.2% increase. And I'm going to give you some stats on why I'm asking for that. And that 3.2% is in the collections line. In my accounting division, we're only a 3% increase over last year. So the next slide really kind of gets into the weeds on why I'm asking for the upgrade. This is a 10-year table of our revenue collections group, and I've highlighted the 4 primary types of transactions that they do. Excise registrations, property tax payments, ATV, and hunting and fishing license. So we'll start with the ATV and the hunting and fishing. You see that those are gradually declining over the 10-year term, but those are not the significant number of transactions that they handle. You see the top 2 rows, the excise registrations and the property tax payments are increasing every single year. Excise, the exception is the COVID years when people weren't buying things as much, so they had a little dip. But so these are reflective of population increase, pure and simple. Below the double line, you see the 10-year history on the number of property tax bills, and you can really double that number almost, because we send out 2 a year. So that's more like parcels rather than bills. But the important number on this table is the next to last row is our authorized FTEs have not changed in 10 years. And so when you take that sum of the 4 rows above of those transactions per year, spread it out over 5.5 FTEs, because the manager of that group, she jumps on the cashier window when the lines are out the door during tax season. So she's processing transactions as well. They do nearly 10,000 transactions per year. And those are heavily weighted in spring and fall around tax due dates. Excise registrations seem to be fairly consistently spread across the months. And I will tell you that those are heavily weighted towards the first of the month. Mm-hmm. When a person gets a renewal, they come to town hall and they take care of it. And those transactions happen the first 10 business days of the month. So I'm respectfully requesting an upgrade of that half-time position. The cost that's in the budget is fully loaded cost, salary and benefits. The incumbent in the position would become the full-time. We've already asked. She's highly interested in becoming full-time. This also would position me for having a full-time person in place. I have one of my finance clerks is retirement eligible and has put us on notice that it's about a year out. So I've got a retirement in the future. So this would position me to have a full-time in place. She's very good, but being full-time gives me the opportunity to expand that role and make sure that fully baked a year from now.
Good.
Can I have a question?
Absolutely, jump right in.
I think my question is, what is done online and what is done in person? Because I don't come in and pay my taxes in person. And I think, can you register your car online as well?
You can
Like,
do
can you
a,
register your,
you can do a renewal online.
okay, and so I think the
All new
question is,
registrations have to be in person.
is there a data that's missing from here between what's done online and what's done in person? Because you said you have 10,000 transactions a year, but that is a lot more, or a lot less than the
Online.
registrations you're showing.
Well, online payments are included in the transactions because we have to do a process to pull those in from the website and process them into Munis.
And that's what these revenue clerks do.
Yes, and so those transactions are included in the total. Obviously, they're not gonna take quite as much time as an in-person, but there is a process. Shooting from the hip, based on purely dollars, I would say we're probably like 15% are online transactions. And that's, like I said, that's a shoot from the hip. That's, I can get that number if you would like, but it's available. It's been available for a while. Remarkably, people like to do business in person. It seems to me. So,
Unless you're here all the time and you're.
unless you're here all the time, yeah. So that's the data behind the request. From a CIP perspective, it's not in my finance budget, it's in Tom's executive budget, but we are, as you all know, we're on the third floor back in the corner by IT. We're in the corner. One of our offices is actually IT space. It was designated for IT, but they allowed us to, when finance moved out of that space that IT currently occupies and went across the hall, we captured one of their offices. We can move downstairs into the back area behind the door of the lobby. With some build out, we can move the accounting staff down there. And that's estimate that we've received from him is about 70,000. So we put that in the CIP budget for the executive, and that would be part of the bonded CIP total.
Yeah, this, the space, currently, I think, I will speak for you, appears to work fine to support the accounting division's needs. IT is the one that really needs the additional space. I don't know if any of you have been in the IT space lately. Just with all the materials coming in and processing, and you've heard how many devices that they manage and maintain, they really need extra space, and they don't need to be frontline space. It's better to have them kind of tucked away. I think there's a secondary benefit of having Norm and his staff being kind of on the floor and closer to the collections as well. So it seems like a modest investment, and we're just doing our best to kind of work within the walls of this building. And if we could ever get the central office, the school out of here, this building would serve us for the next 50 years.
So we would move from the back corner to the front corner.
Right, moving on up or down.
And Tom is exactly right. That space, I've sketched it out and it would work just fine for us accountants. So fully support moving down there. And although we've bonded quite well with the IT staff.
You're gonna miss their snacks.
Yeah, no, I'll walk up there. I'll get my exercise. I'll be part of the exercise program. Reduce our health costs by walking the stairs every day. What else was I going to say? I had something else. Other than this slide is that I have a fantastic accounting staff, and based on our current workload and the quality of our auditors, I don't need any further investments in accounting staff. Just I would love to have the upgrade to the cashier from a half to a full. Just one comment on the retirement. I have another finance clerk who I would anticipate less than 5 years would be telling me she's gonna retire as well, so. And those are good things. I always applaud those because I'm open for questions.
Okay. The only one I have, Norm, is we had talked in the past about the finance software updates, and I was just kind of curious. I know they went through a corporate change that delayed that, but is it?
We don't have any updates on the budget software. That's my number one item after we kind of roll out of budget presentation. So probably next week I'll be checking in with, for those that don't know, our budget vendor that we awarded the software to like 3 days after we officially announced to them that we had awarded the bid. They had on their website that they were bought out by one of the competing bidders. So I contacted them, and at that point, they had not made a decision yet on which of the two companies they were going to model their business software towards. You know, they gave us a typical answer that you would expect from well, you're gonna get the best of both of us. And I'm going, okay, what's that gonna cost me?
And we chose the vendor in part because of their kind of outward look, the
Yeah.
budget book, if you will, the look and the feel and the content. So we need to get a better understanding of what that is, and perhaps if we're not satisfied, need to go back out. We'll see.
Right, exactly.
Great. Thank you.
Let's see.
Tom, the building on Black Point Road,
Yes.
the admin, I don't care, I don't know,
Gowan building?
that one. Is that full? We own that, right?
Yes, fully leased to Gowan Turgeon Architects.
Okay,
Through the years, most recently, we evaluated it as part of the hub lease with community services. We evaluated that space for them to move in. And though it may have, it certainly could have worked to meet their basic administrative needs, it had no programming space. As you heard, the hub is limited itself, but at least it has something. So, yeah, Gowan Turgeon has been there at least 10 years, as I recall. Sedco used to have their offices there, so that's one of the few buildings we've held on to. Yeah, I'm afraid they need a little more space, but yeah, thank you. Keep thinking.
I drove by it like 4 times
Yep.
today, so I. What's that?
Yeah, take some of the.
Yeah.
The
Portables.
portables
Big
that are
portables.
up there and put the school in it.
But I have been thinking about long range. You know, you see these little staff enhancements. I really don't anticipate looking out even 20 years, you know, massive headcount add here. It's going to be kind of very strategic here and there. So I think this facility is, with all the kind of interior modifications we've done to kind of make it work for us, is going to serve us well for the foreseeable future.
So I'd just like to introduce Deanne Vale. So Deanne's our new assessor. Began with us in March, but then had a few other prior commitments that pulled her out of the office for a few weeks. And so she's been kind of fits and starts, but we're gonna throw her in the deep end now, and just like we did to Nick last year, and have her work through her presentation. So welcome, Deanne.
Welcome.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I don't live there, but that's where I was previously at, correct? Super happy to be here. I'm happy to meet all of you and just really enjoying the time so far in Scarborough, even though it has been a bit of getting thrown into the deep end. So again, like Leah mentioned, it's, you know, still fairly new for me. So my budget presentation is numbers that I was kind of given. It's, I'm kind of presenting to you, you know, where we currently are, my take being a new assessor coming in. The team in my office is extremely well run. They're doing a great job. There's a wonderful system in place, so I don't have a really need to go in and make any changes right now. I'm more or less trying to get my feet under me and make sure I understand our needs and the goals, and, you know, assure that we have everything that we need for that. So I don't really have much for asks right now, but I'm just kind of going and walk through this. So the first part is the responsibilities of the department. we're currently able to meet all of those that we're going out and identifying all of the new work, which there is an incredible amount of development going on in the town. So trying to kind of get a good grasp on all of that and make sure I'm understanding where we are and maintain the equitability of anything new that's getting put in. Staffing, as Norm had mentioned, is myself. So we have a lot of tasks that we kind of all work together on. And then my kind of niche area in the office is doing the commercial real estate and any of the larger housing developments that are going on. And then I have my deputy assessor, Sue, who is really on top of the residential development that's going on, so more of the single family homes and additions and anything like that that goes on. So we're doing the field work for those as well as entering and kind of fielding a lot of the calls. We have an assessment coordinator who's mostly responsible for business personal property, so the equipment that businesses have and handling that, which is a pretty heavy administrative role. There's a lot going on with data input for that. And then an administrative assistant who does a lot for our office, and my understanding is out some of the other offices as well. So
Yeah, Mary Ann, the administrative assistant, is responsible for kind of the layout and formatting of this part of the budget document. She stepped in last year and again, helped us out this year. So we try to pull in and use our resources as best we can.
And so this is just, again, kind of a recap of our budget. We're pretty much personnel and anything that comes along with that. We don't really have a ton outside of the people that are working in the office, kind of minor supplies and equipment for doing our daily tasks. But the majority of what we have is just the people. They're the greatest resource that we have. There is a little bit in the budget there for contracted services, which kind of encompasses like travel as well as education and training for continuing education credits that we have. And there is some in there for some contract work. So I actually was in contact this morning, which
No, that's okay. No, you're good. Yeah.
was very fortunate to be able to touch base with Jim Thomas, who had actually helped Nick develop the reval program that he had in place that seems to be working really well. And he's agreed to come in and kind of do some work with me to make sure that we can continue that effort and, you know, not try to come in and reinvent the wheel and look through all the stacks that Nick left in nice, neat order, but still, you know, it's kind of stumbling through trying to understand it also. That's just to kind of help with the continuity of service that we provide. So that's pretty much what we have. The only kind of, you know, adjustment in there is where the budget was down a little bit last year, the actual, based on Nick being out of the office. So it kind of skews it a little bit, but other than that, it's pretty straightforward, I think. And it's just, again, kind of a visual of, we're about little under 3.6% increase from the budget last year.
Thank you so much.
Straightforward.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of less is more. I mean, I can get into the weeds of assessing if you have all day, but.
And I appreciate you jumping in kind of that where it's not really your fingerprints on this yet, so.
So knowing that you're relatively new, I'm just curious, did you help with the projection for the new value that we have in the budget that's part of it, or is that something that you'll be looking into to maybe fine tune?
I've not. That was a critical piece that I worked with Nick on his final days.
Okay.
Nick's proven himself to be very thorough and pretty accurate in his estimates.
Okay.
So Nick really informed that for me. Beyond that, we have a policy to fall back on. As Deanna and her staff are doing kind of, I won't say final pickup work, their work just starts. April 1st is the magical date for them. So to the extent that we can have better, more refined numbers, but I'll remind you, this is always a bit of a ticklish thing, right?
Yeah.
It will be whatever it is. I'm
Which we won't know
confident.
until August.
Right, it's a commitment. So it's always a bit uncomfortable for the assessor to be estimating, but I'm confident working with Nick that we've got a good starting point. And at this point, unless Deanne's willing to offer something further, I think we're in a pretty good spot in terms of the estimate.
So we should plan to just stick with the numbers we have as we're making a final
We should.
calculation around.
That's territory we'll cover, through our evaluation, but I honestly don't anticipate it changing, but we'll certainly look at it.
I wanted to dive into the weeds for just a second since we haven't met. One of the things I did bring up with Nick, and I see trickles of it, so I did want to mention it, is I don't know if towns do homestead exemption audits where, I was serving on the zoning board with someone who was renting a home full-time, year-round, which had a homestead exemption. And then we had someone coming forward saying, my neighbor's a short-term rental, but they have the homestead exemption. And so I don't know if this is abused or not, but I think when I'm seeing residents coming out to us saying like, that's not fair, and I've seen it for years. I know you guys are super busy and I don't know, but do towns do that? Do they go back and check?
Yeah, certainly. So it's kind of a cyclical thing where there's several different programs that we run in the office. So ideally, what I would like us to have going forward in the future is maybe once a year, pick one of the programs and kind of go through and do a fine tooth, really look into what we have. Right now, our process is when we have deeds that come in, if there's a property that transfers, if we see that, like that new transfer, we're gonna take that homestead exemption off if that person's no longer living there. And generally, we would reach out to the new homeowner and offer, this is the homestead exemption program, perhaps you qualify, maybe you don't. The issue becomes if someone is taking their homestead and then it becomes a short-term rental, if that mailing address stays the same, we don't generally have anything that's flagged for us. So
Right.
something
Well,
that we
maybe-
could look at if we can foster our short-term rental.
I was gonna say, when we get the short-term rentals, that might be the perfect place to start.
Yeah, we'll have a registration list and certainly compare it to.
I mean, just other ways to find a little more money here and there, because I do think there's probably some guilty people doing that.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Sure. You have any? Okay. Great. I hope that was painless and look forward to, wait till next year.
Thanks, Deanne.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And welcome aboard.
you.
All right. So we've got about half an hour at most to go through the executive part.
So forgive us, the cobbler's child has no shoes. Unfortunately, I think our presentation is a bit light, but just by way of introduction, executive does cover a fair amount of territory. Obviously, myself and Liam's division, but it also includes general government, legislative, legal, the benefits line, all of our insurances, town clerk and elections, and then municipal facilities. As was mentioned earlier, I think Chief Kinlan mentioned it. Historically, each of the facilities was kind of embedded within departments, and we've systematically kind of pulled those out and put them all under what ultimately we envision as having a facilities division and someone actually heading that up. But until we get to that point, we've parked them under executive, but it's ready and waiting for that opportunity. So with that, I'll let Liam kind of guide us through the prepared slides.
Yeah, so I guess we'll kind of cherry pick things that we want to expand on. Obviously, our town clerk falls, again, not a separate department, probably could or should be. And there's certainly a request in here that allow her to speak to in terms of a conversion from an existing part-time employee to a full-time employee. On this slide, though, I also want to flag that communications is part of this, that falls under the assistant town manager. And again, I think I did these slides, but I'm not really sure where this is, so I'll jump around a little bit. I just flagging kind of outliers. We did propose to increase our engagement budget, again, under the communications realm. So that was 15,000 in the current year budget. We're proposing to 35,000, again, to cover some of those new print opportunities, as well as potentially allow for the funding or partial year funding of that engagement tool that the communications committee looked at in terms of polling. So I think we'll see that later on. But the other one I just want to point to on this slide is workers' compensation falls under this. This has seen some significant increases over the last few years, driven by some less than desirable experience. We've had a few high dollar claims. As you can imagine, this is not office or clerical work. I mean, probably 70% of our population is really physical and labor intensive work. So, when someone injures a leg or an arm, One, they're more inclined to do that in the course of their job, but getting them back to work sometimes can present as a challenge. The other driver obviously is, and again, we'll spend some time, I think, with our remaining time talking about salary increases and personnel costs. That's another main driver. So as our payroll increases, so does our workers' compensation rates. And so we effectively under budgeted last year for what the increase was due to an increase in our experience modification rate, which is effectively our multiplier on our payroll cost. So that went from, in 2024 to 2025, went from 1.1 to 1.25. So right there, that's almost a 50% increase. We saw not quite as large, but an increase for 2026. And again, this is a calendar year plan. So we're kind of like the medical insurance. We're doing our best guess to estimate what that premium increase is going to be essentially halfway through the year. So that is something that we do believe we are adequately budgeting in FY27 for what that premium will be. So it won't come in under budget, but that is one of the bigger drivers in this larger budget. So just, this is the norm slide we've talked a lot about. I think if we looked at the 2026 budget versus proposed 2027, that wouldn't look like such a large jump. But again, those projections also encounter some under budgeting, some over budgeting, again, some attrition in some positions. So that's why the projection really looks a lot less than the proposed. Again, no major changes to staffing. Typically, again, I'm just speaking broadly or more macro. When we see departments come in under budget, it's typically some of that longer term vacancies. That's probably the best reason why, when we have an actual that varies a lot from the budget or the proposed. Didn't have a lot of vacancies within these various departments. Again, we've been pretty consistently staffed across executive and clerk. We did finish the town clerk office renovation, which again, maybe Kristen wants to speak to in a moment, that success, but that was certainly one of the more notable changes from FY26. So why don't I turn it over to Kristen and put her on the spot to just talk a little bit about the clerk's office rationale and what you're asking for.
Yeah, so really the request from the clerk's office is to increase our 30-hour-a-week position to 40. This request has come, I think this is the third year in a row that we've been asking for this. When the transition for the clerk's office happened, we were essentially having 3.5 people. Tody was spending a lot of time doing clerk stuff, especially with elections and things like that. So when the transition happened and Tody went fully to the town manager's office, there was obviously a gap in staffing. So we're really hoping to increase this back up, especially with some of the stuff coming down the pipeline. If we're going to be looking at short-term rentals, we now have mobile food vendors. Elections are now year-round. We're doing reporting and getting ready and everything like that. So we've definitely could use the additional staffing. I know a big thing that I've heard, not necessarily from you guys, but the public, is we don't have lines out the door like across the hall does from us when it's tax season and car registration. A lot of our stuff is behind the scenes. When we do our licensing, so much goes into getting all of that ready before it goes out. Our moorings, there's a lot of behind the scenes for our office, especially for elections, that I don't think most people realize.
The one exception would be beach passes. You do have lines of.
Yes, we do.
Quietly.
And you guys probably saw over the weekend, we had people camping out for non-resident shellfish licenses. They started at 9 a.m. Sunday morning. They started. They were camping. They had a steak dinner that they grilled. Yeah. For 34 licenses, they're a hit. So yeah.
Thank you, Kristen.
And we raised the fees.
What's that?
We raised the fees too, right?
We have had 0 complaints about those.
I should also mention, we did throw in, you'll be interested in this, something we called council outreach. So a new $5,000, and that number was just honestly plucked out of the air. But just recognizing kind of your creativity and the time and effort you guys put in, whether it's cupcakes or some other.
Cupcake budget.
It could be called contingency, but we thought we're getting to the point where you need some resources to be able to do some council-driven initiatives. And whether that number is the right one, I don't know, but we put in 5,000.
That was my only question so far, actually, because you kind of glossed over it and I was like,
Yeah,
what is this? And
you failed to highlight that.
That's like 700.
yeah, but
Well, that,
tough environment.
yeah,
though.
that's not additional pay for you necessarily.
After my current pay, I could.
Yeah, we're,
Right, I know.
but just not to belabor it, but I know that especially with communications and engagement, I think, again, there are a lot of ideas about, can we do this, can we do that? And there's really been, you really don't have any discretionary spending available. So I think it's just looking to put an arrow in your quiver, if you will.
Well, it's also people match, right? So I think some of it is we're responding to what we heard, so.
So unsurprisingly, the driver here is personnel costs. I think anything that's discretionary across not only this budget, but I'll speak to HRGA, it really is flat funded. So it's all personnel driven. So again, common theme, increasing workers' comp, contractual services, goods and utilities. Again, utilities are a driver, with within the larger executive and being again, the facilities piece. We are seeing increases in some of those items. One thing that I'll talk a little bit more, right now, Allison, in addition to doing all of her communications, she also supports the HR department with some of the recruitment efforts. So scheduling interviews, sending out packets, things like that. And there's just also a need for some other clerical responsibilities within the HR department, again, which I'll talk to a little bit more in a few minutes. So that would be the one kind of unfunded opportunity for further investment. And that's sort of, so that's to Tom's preview, that's our bare bones executive outline.
I do want to speak to capital. No, I do want to speak to capital. There are 6 different projects in capital, just quickly, 4 of which I propose to cover with downtown TIF revenue. Ongoing carpet replacement in this building. This is something we've been doing pretty consistently over the last handful of years. There's also another project of replacing one of the air handlers. That's been a systematic focus of ours for the last 7 years. HVAC system. So we have a series of air handlers, very expensive units that need to get replaced. They're just
Similar to what you did right down here this year.
Yeah, we relocated one out of the ceiling into this back room. We took up space in the IT space. Their conference room is now a air handler room. And so this is yet another one. And then some investments over at 29 Black Point Road. This is the Gowan Turgeon building. The sewer line has been failing for some years. We've had to do emergency repairs. We're looking to do a complete lining so we can avoid that in the future. It has fairly significant wood exterior, not just trim and fascia. Like anything else, we needed to maintain it with good paint surface so it doesn't rot and deteriorate. And then as Norm mentioned, the renovation in the front office here for finance is included here. The last project is a modest $15,000 investment to do audio and visual upgrades in the public safety building. It will enhance our capabilities to host meetings, and increasingly that space is in demand. And one of its limitations is kind of just the clunkiness of remote broadcast from that space. So this would give us kind of full capability as though like we have in chambers.
Right, so I would eliminate that owl use.
It would. So I think it's going to, modest investment would significantly increase our capacity.
Sorry, Liam, are you all set?
I guess I was just gonna work through the few GA or the HRGA, just a quick update on that, and then maybe we can go to, okay, all right. So I do just want to touch on a few things with regard to HR. So again, this department, and just so we're clear, so 3/4 of my time is actually funded in the HR budget. 1/4 of my time is funded in the assistant town manager budget. And then we have one general assistance FTE, so our HR payroll is 2 3/4 positions. I just want to flag a few things with regard to GA. Last year you funded what we call the GA discretionary account. It was sort of for items that were outside of GA reimbursement, but would ideally be money well spent to avoid further crisis. So an example would be if someone was either seeking or on the verge of foreclosure or perhaps eviction. Again, that wouldn't necessarily be an expense that we could have reimbursed through GA or wouldn't be eligible. But if we keep someone in that residence, it means that we don't create a crisis where we're putting someone up at a hotel. So it's sort of that money well spent. The fund was, I think it was funded at, I think it was 20,000 last year. I think that we certainly use that for some good anecdotal examples. I'm happy to share with the council as a follow-up as to how those funds were used, but they really feel like those funds will be rolled over. So we're just looking to replenish what we used this year. So I think that's a $7,000 ask in next year's budget. So that was a decrease. And then general assistance, after a number of years of fairly substantial increases in that direct assistance, this year they feel like the budget we had last year, we're coming in within budget. So we're proposing a flat fund all of that direct general assistance. So that's certainly good news. All of that direct assistance is reimbursed at 70% by the state. So again, there's a coinciding revenue there, but again, certainly positive news after, I think we had one year we had a 40 or 60% increase in that assistance level. Just to go through my norm slides, again, personnel expenses are the big driver. Again, insurance is certainly a portion of that, changes in insurance. Again, flat funding, all of our other discretionary professional development, training, all of those items, we think we can get by next year with the current authorization. So we're flat funding that, no increase. And then I guess I just wanted to, maybe this is the opportunity to go into a little bit about, over the last few days, we've had lots of questions about personal expenses and how that, that's 65% of the municipal budget. Obviously here it's 81% or more. I've heard some questions from the committee about where we stand with our collective bargaining agreements and the strides we've made there. So as you heard, we are going into the last year of our 4 agreements are up at the end of the next fiscal year. So we'll begin renegotiating those sometime probably January or February of this year. We negotiated those agreements with a lot of labor market demand and pressure, particularly in public safety. We're seeing departments, and headlines. Again, I did lots of work with the council at the time to talk about the environment, but 15-20% increases that some police departments specifically were seeing. Lots of really scary anecdotal examples of departments. I think Auburn lost 6 officers in like 3 weeks to Lewiston because they just went through a huge increase. So I certainly don't think that's the position we're in. I think that Scarborough really has always had a positive reputation. I think that to this committee and the council's credit, I think that they really saw the opportunity to make those investments in staff. But that certainly will be a challenge for the FY28 budget. I don't think it will be nearly as extreme as it was with the last contract. But again, I think it was a real success. Some of the items that police and fire identified this morning around their investments around mental health were really, really well received and much needed. Again, there's a financial component to that, which I think is really helpful. And then the physical fitness for those, and again, Michelle, I know that you know this stuff well, but if we can get fitter, healthier public safety personnel, I mean, ideally everyone, but that has some physical demands. You're talking about positive impacts on workers' compensation rates, experience, as well as medical insurance. Medical insurance has, again, this isn't unique to us, but the utilization and the cost is, we've had a 50% increase in our premiums over the last 5 years. And, what used to be an $18,000, family medical insurance plan is a $24,000 family medical insurance plan. So just huge increases that the prospects don't look positive. I looked at our mid-year loss ratio, we're at 151%. We have, I think we're down to, I think 5 claims over 100,000. We've had that be as high as 10 in the last 2 years. Sure. We,
Some of those are 500,000 and up.
yeah, we have
Yep.
a, we have a $250,000 claim that's open right now.
Yep.
And we've had certainly more than that. So I wish we had better news. I will say in my time here, we did negotiate some changes to the medical insurance plan. The fire department's actually on a higher deductible plan that we backfill with a health reimbursement arrangement. That's actually been somewhat successful from a budget standpoint. The experience has been frustrating for those users because you're adding a component to reimbursement, which we get a lot of flack there. We do offer 2 medical insurance plans for the rest of our 5 employee groups, or 4 employee groups, non-union, non-union dispatch, police, and public works. So what we essentially allow for people to buy up to the more generous policy, but our coverage or our expense is consistent no matter what plan they go into. Another driver in personnel is cost of living adjustments. Just to speak to that, I know I've provided some, I think the last few years, we provide some additional background to that. But we use the employer cost index as our metric, which is unique to state and local government wages. So we really see this as what is our competition doing for adjustments, not what is the CPI, not what is Social Security. But I do think that those are relevant metrics to consider as we look at what our experience has been. And over the last 11 years, just you might find this interesting, the CPI has averaged 3.1%. The CPI-U is 3.1%, CPI-W is 3.1%, Social Security is 3%, and our ECI has been 3.1%. So they've been pretty consistent. A few years ago, when I first did this analysis, ECI was actually lagging behind the other 3 metrics. Obviously, that's kind of caught up. ECI does tend to lag behind some of those inflationary pieces. But the other thing we notice is it doesn't have the wild swings. I think that the CPI has been as high as 7.8% in the last 5 years. It's been as low as 0.3%. We just don't have those peaks and valleys. So I think it is a good metric. It's one that we've been on now for 12 years. We've incorporated that into all of our collective bargaining agreements as there is a bit of a floor and a ceiling. But I think that's been really successful. And I think my mantra has always been, we have a market condition issue. We don't fix that with a cost of living adjustment. We fix that with a market adjustment, and then we want to keep pace with inflation. Beyond that, in the last collective bargaining agreements, we also moved to a step schedule for experience to recognize that service and experience. It's 1.25% across the board. So that's also been helpful because it also helps insulate you from, if you have a step schedule that goes up 5% every 3 years or 4 years, you have more of those jumps in compensation. So I think in the grand scheme of things, we're in a really good position to be competitive. I don't think we're overpaying in the market. We're not the highest paid agency or department or division anywhere. The one that we're far closer to the top is dispatch. This last round of negotiations, we again had some stubborn vacancies we could not fill. Biddeford was far and away, but I mean, just to give you an order of magnitude, I think we increased the starting pay almost $5 an hour in the last dispatch contract. And that allowed us to fill our vacancies. We're still $2 behind the top paying agency, but it's a really, really challenging job to fill with a really unique individual who not only is open to working shift work in 24 hours a day and holdovers and force-ins, they also have a fair bit of trauma and stress in those jobs, which it just makes it really. Sure. Yeah. And so anyway, so I think just, I guess what I'd say is I think we have hit that sweet spot to not overpaying for things and overpaying for our labor. I think the proof is in the survey. People are really thrilled with the level of service, there's customer service or public safety experience they have. I don't expect that, when we come into FY28, I'm going to say due to significant increases in labor expenses through contracts, we have to do that. And again, just another data point. I'm happy, and I really should report out in writing so you can digest all this. So I'm just kind of throwing it at you. But just as a breakdown, about 53% of our workforce is collective bargaining, 47 non-bargaining. I would say in general across the public sector, that's actually a pretty low non-union threshold. In Westbrook, for instance, when I was there, it was at really at 1090, so 10% non-bargaining, 90% bargaining. And again, I think that's really born out of, we really pushed, again, certainly in my time, this sort of culture of equity. You know, we don't do one thing for our bargaining folks and do something completely different for our non-bargaining. And that's, you know, that's been difficult to swallow at times, but insurance is consistent. Any place we can be consistent and offer the same, we do. We've also really had a culture of, if we negotiate something over here for one group in the 11th hour, we're prepared to go and give it to everyone else, even though they didn't ask for it. And I think that really, I think that brings a lot of goodwill and a good labor management relationship.
Good survey result.
And good survey results. Yeah, fair enough.
I think, Liam, that you touched on it. I was curious if the idea of all those contracts renewing at the same time was strategic in the idea. My first reaction was kind of like, oh, they'll all play off each other kind of and hold you, you know, whatever these guys get, we want the same thing, but it sounds like it's almost intentional, but.
Yeah, and we used to have one, the fire contract used to be off cycle. Actually during COVID, we did a 1-year extension, one, because there was lots of uncertainty, two, because I actually wanted them all to be on the same cycle. The medical insurance program the fire department has was negotiated the year in advance of everyone else when it was off cycle, with the thought that everyone would move to a similar program. This predated me. Reality is that a lot of the other groups just weren't interested in considering that program. And so we had a little bit of, well, you said that you're going to do this for everyone, and we were just the first, and now we're the only. And so I also think that negotiating when you want to make larger sweeping changes, I think it's helpful to have everyone kind of go off the proverbial cliff together, rather than do it off cycle. So I've certainly heard the critique. I think former Councilor Hamel sometimes questioned whether that was really a good approach to have it all be on the same cycle. I personally believe it is. And I think as long as you're being consistent and fair, people have the trust that they're not going to get sold a bill of goods and then find out that they're sitting alone in this boat. So I think I think that's also born out of our approach.
I would say in that case too, I think I agree with you. When you go out to negotiate a healthcare plan, then do you go out and negotiate with that entire employee pool in mind? So you have more bargaining power?
So we haven't shopped our medical insurance, and certainly in my time, we belong to the Maine Municipal Employees Health Trust. They offer I think it's 7 different plan options at this point. Scarborough left the health trust 2010, 11, 12, perhaps. It was sort of like what our resident commented on yesterday, where the rates that came in were really, really low and attractive, and we saved a bunch of money. And then the next year there was like a 40% increase. And so Scarborough decided to return to the health trust. There was a period of time when Scarborough was the lowest cost group. So we have individually rated groups for employers over 50. And I think it was actually an error on the health trust part. I do not believe that we are the lowest cost rated group any longer after all the series of increases, but there is some security in that. So to actually answer your question, if we were to go out and shop our insurance in the private marketplace, we would really likely do that as a full group,
Yeah.
which would require buy-in from 4 bargaining groups, which would likely be quite difficult to get everyone on board.
Okay, anything else? I believe that wraps up our second day, and thanks to all of you, and thanks to my fellow counselors for putting in the time on this and kind of kicking off what probably is a little bit of a difficult process moving forward, but I hope we can certainly do everything we can to get to the goals we've set. Thanks.
The next meeting is April 30th. Thank you. And I'll coordinate with school staff. I intend to at least offer the initial wave of proposed adjustments and maybe in a couple different buckets. But I'll try to coordinate with school so we're kind of in lockstep in terms of how we come forward.
That'd be helpful because they're only going to have 2 days of when they're.
I suspect Kate would be here next week.
Yeah.
I know they were meeting just behind us all morning in the leadership. Yeah.
Is that why they were clearing it?